I don't care.
How the fuck am I anti-Semitic?
You can be anti-Semitic.
Because you hate the Jews, and
No,
anti-Semitism
you don't
refers
be
only to
anti-Semitic.
the
No, I
Jews,
can't
not
hate
to
myself.
all
I
the
cannot
Semitic
hate
peoples.
No,
myself.
but you can hate.
I cannot hate myself. Are you retarded?
Yeah, yes you
Here,
can.
You
I
can
know,
hate
no,
yourself. You can be your own
no,
worst
because
enemy.
this,
You can. You can
no,
hate
this
yourself.
word only applies for the Jews or to the Jews because they made this whole shit up. But
I'm out of here. I'm gonna go enjoy my day. Baby, I love you, but I can't waste my time listening to your bullshit anymore. God bless, but take care. I'm leaving. I'm out
God
of here.
bless.
I'm
Have a
out of
great
here,
day.
bitch.
Bye bye. Hello?
No, dude, I'm sitting here meditating. I'm about to leave this room. I mean, I'm not here to. I got shit to do today.
Not talking, but your vibrations are exponential. What, you mad that I know what I'm fucking talking about or something?
No, I'm not mad at all.
Let me ask you, do you know who Satoshi Still is?
Mm-mm.
You don't know the name?
Mm-mm.
Right, grab a pen.
I'm gonna go in my kitchen. I'll be right back. Hello? Word. 17 miles? Wow. Wow. Good enough. You're gonna need a massage. What's wrong with you?
modern day men who like to come at women when they feel either inferior or feel just like a woman. And it's like we see it like in certain spaces, but never would you ever think, or maybe it's just in my little bubble, that the running president candidate is comparing himself to a woman. So,
Are women equal to men?
in what way?
And always.
No.
Are women inferior to men?
In some ways, yes.
In what ways is that?
I mean, physical stature. That's one of them.
Okay.
Systems that are in place in society, societal norms.
Are you going to make your point, or are you going to swirl into a gender war?
Is she talking to you like that, Crystal?
No, I'm talking to you, Concrete.
Can you let Crystal finish? Can you let Crystal finish the list?
I don't think that's necessary to make your point. If you
How do you know what my point is?
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary.
How do you know what my point? How do you know what my point is?
It's kind of childish at that point, man.
How do you know
Yeah,
what
that's
my point is?
facts, bro. And it's painful. It's painful.
Leafa, I don't wanna, Leafa, I don't know who you are, bro. I don't wanna get into it with you, bro.
It's all good. It's all good.
I don't wanna get into it with you, bro. Like, just try to just be cool. I understand you're emotional. You're taking on these female characteristics.
I am concrete and I am emotional.
I'm gonna just go back to Crystal, right?
No. Man, nobody wants to hear that.
Yeah, that's painful. You don't want to hear that.
Oh, you don't want to hear that?
No.
Y'all are weird and stupid, man. It's okay that y'all are dumb, and it's okay that y'all protect each other. Because y'all need a safe space, right? That's basically what y'all are creating, right? Y'all are basically creating a safe space for dumb weirdos. And that's good. That's good. Y'all need that.
If Kamala can insult Trump, Trump can insult Kamala. It's very like the white savior, ratchet hose conversation from yesterday.
Monica, are women and men equal, Monica?
Hold up 1 second, Crystal. I wanted to add, right?
Hold on, mate.
It's not so much in response to Harris, but also I think a lot of people forget that Trump is he was a businessman prior, and he was also a celebrity. So he knows how to appease his audience. So when he's doing things, he's someone that of a celebrity background, you know?
Oh yeah, I just put a topic on the table, and then I was asked my position. But I am definitely eye for eye. Like if you disrespect me, I'ma disrespect you, and there's no limit to where I'ma disrespect you. So I just put a topic on the floor because I was just scrolling on Instagram and I saw that article on the ratchet media outlet, the Shade Room, and I just wanted to hear your thoughts. That's all.
But it seems
And Samoa, stop trying to engage. Yo, Samoa, don't make me and you the same, bro. You engage women, I engage men.
Bro, you are a woman.
Pause, Leafa.
You are a woman. Yeah, good pause.
It seems like
I'm not a woman. You get what I'm saying? Don't be a white woman. Don't be a
it
bitch.
seems like your question included like the premise that women shouldn't be like got at by men, and trying to figure out the context, right? Because obviously it wasn't a physical contact. It obviously wasn't a physical context, and it seemed to be more of a like verbal, rhetorical, sort of insulting context. And I don't know why women would be off limits in that regard.
Yeah, so I didn't make a premise. I made an observation.
No. So what happens is
Yeah, I made an observation.
I'll clear it up for you. I'll explain it.
Ray gun. Ray gun.
Observations. You seem to also be like espousing. Shut up, you stupid person. You seem to also be espousing a position. Yes, you are. You're very stupid.
I'm not stupid.
Yes, you're very stupid. Anyway, so you seem to be espousing a position, right? No, you're stupid. No, you're stupid. No, you're stupid.
Anyway,
No, you're not smart. No, don't take it to be smart. No. Anyway, so.
Know of many metrics and means.
Anyway, so
Disagree with
it seems like there's a.
Mrs. Lefa, are you available? Because I kind of like, at the mention of the speaking on Kamala's looks.
I just take it there's an implied premise
conversation
within your
we kind of started last
that week. Is women are not to be treated in this manner, and I'm just wondering why women shouldn't be. You don't have to say it. You don't have to say it. Listen to what I said. Yeah, you did. You might not have intended to imply that. You might not intended to imply it. Yes, you're right. That's how I took it.
Okay, so just so that I can get my question out, okay.
If you didn't mean it, that's fine. You just have to clear up.
The remark about
right?
Kamala,
that's all you gotta do.
Whether she's black or not, and now the question of her attractiveness is out there. So, but like the
and you crying when you're disrespected and ignored.
Because I'm trying not
to treat it like shit.
That path again. But you know, I'm also gonna treat you like shit.
You can do it without being rude, right? You can do it without
rude. You're one.
You can do it without being a rude dummy, right? Crystal brought it up, and I responded to Crystal, dummy. And now you're trying to make it about. That's your problem. You don't know how to be a normal human being. You don't know how to be a normal human being. Nobody knows how to.
You are or not. Anyway, so. Okay, so back to Kamala and her look. So I find it interesting that.
Sally, can I ask her something real quick?
No, can I just get the question out? Okay, so I had to make sure knowledge wasn't protesting. Hold on. Okay, so now previously the rhetoric around Kamala was whether or not she was black, and now the question of how she presents herself, I guess less so on her attractiveness. But the rhetoric around
I know she's stupid.
Obama,
she's a dumb bitch. This dumb bitch. This dumb bitch lives in Chicago. Tally. She's really stupid. All right, let's see what else there is. That might be it.
Dude, like, if you try to even remotely defend that dumb bitch to me, dude, I would slap you.
Which one, Tali or the Syrian princess bitch?
Any of the points of view.
Are you in another room? Oh.
No, I'm in your motherfucking room.
You didn't get your account back, huh?
Well, I mean,
which I don't know his real name, but reports to the internist, internal medicine physician. And he was asking the question, so it happened with him and Ben. You know, there was a little back and forth. You have to wait, listen to the question, not interrupt, but that didn't happen. And then what was happening on the opposing side was there were digs. So I was ready, right? Asked my question. Then I was called an abortion doctor, right? So that already threw me off. There were things that shouldn't have been said. Very disrespectful, but on that side. So he was given a yellow flag. However, at that point, I was like, I'm not going to continue this because it's disrespectful. And even though Dr. Marcus apologized for him, he did not find anything wrong with what he was doing or saying. And saying that abortions are happening, the whole thing. So basically, our sciences were different. Everything was different. And there was no respect. So that's how we got.
That's never happened on Clubhouse before. She said sarcastically. I have a lot of thoughts about this subject. I guess I would have to qualify myself as an OG.
Oh, she's OG, dog. This bitch is OG.
Of Clubhouse, and have seen so many iterations, so many variations, and I've learned a lot.
Bitch, I bet you can't say one thing you learned.
Important things I've learned is that every vessel cannot hold every conversation. I think that sometimes our ego believes that we are going to be the one to come in and we're going to use this forum and we're going to convert this person that has this unbelievably ridiculous belief system, but it's gonna be us, and the value is in the argument. The value is in the entertainment value, right? This is the place that I really came to understand how much disruption evolved to currency. How there are people who literally get their identity from diminishing you or demeaning you or making unkind or ungracious comments, right? And so this idea, one thing I had to do very early in the game is kind of learn to put my ego to the side. I love your room, Dr. Keisha, Dr. Arlene. I love it. I love it because it was a concept that I decided long ago in any room that anybody has ever been in that I run. It is not a democracy. It is my responsibility to hold and maintain the order of that room. If you have decided to entrust me with the currency of your attention, your time is valuable, your energy is valuable, your commitment is valuable. So I'm going to honor you by creating a space unapologetically that honors that. That's what I love about what Arlene just said. If you want to argue, guess what? You have this beautiful button that says start a room. So you can just go and do that. But it's okay to have a space that says that is not what we do here. And it's been very interesting to watch people struggle with that. That accusation, Arlene, that you just talked about, like this is an echo chamber. If it's an echo chamber, go someplace else. Why do you want to be here? What is it about this space that is so offensive to you? Well, what's offensive to you is we have rejected the idea that disruption and disrespect is currency. That we're not going to allow that to cosplay as conversation and authentic debate. And I absolutely love that. I wish more people were courageous enough to do that and say that and create those spaces. Because the reality is, as much as you don't like the echo chamber, you're dying to get on stage and speak with these people.
No, bitch, we're
Why?
not. Because we want to make fun of you, you stupid fucking
ridiculous,
poopop.
Okay, well then go into that other room when everybody's arguing and snarling and manifesting their mental illness upon each other. Like, I just find that really interesting. The other point that I'll make about this is we can have substantive conversations across difference. Obviously, it's what I do for a living. I believe in that wholeheartedly. What we can't do is do it absent relationship, right? And so there's a difficult conversation I could have with almost every single person on this stage right now in complete disagreement. But we could do it because we have a relationship of understanding how the other thinks, how they're processing the information, what their intention is. I am not required to interact with bad actors for whom all I have seen is a negative presentation of their character and their behavior. That does not make me a lover of echo chambers. That makes me a person with discernment who has been able to adjust my choices predicated upon the behavior that I have observed of bad actors. And it's interesting that that good judgment is diminished by people for whom chaos and conflict is entertainment. These topics are not entertainment. They are the substance of life, good, bad, up, down, calculate, and operate together. You can have entertainment in other places, and I think that is absolutely fine. But it doesn't have to happen here.
Bitch, get
And
off
the
your
last thing I'll
soapbox,
say about
bitch.
this, rules only work if we agree to them. I've been really watching a lot of the coverage of the Harris Waltz campaign. And I've been watching people say, she needs to sit down with reporters and she needs to do this and she needs to do that. And I'm like, in 30 days, she has completely transformed this
too. And I've just been watching people, and it really has saddened me because it really makes the point. The entertainment value is what people are interested in, not the policies, not the shift in tone, not the actual reliability of the candidate and what they have to stand for, but you just want to see fireworks. You just want to fight. And I'm sad that currency has become so attractive and so common that we literally cannot even trust our elected officials, our news media, because it is so
Bitch, when do you stop talking and breathe?
now.
Hello?
Bristling on the ground,
Bitch,
sitting on each
hello?
other, calling each other names. It's not legitimate.
Hello?
So, shout out
Is
to
anybody there?
I love
Are you alive? Are you just a robot? Yep, you're a robot, bitch.
Wait, hold on.
So this is with Dr. Francine, the vaccinologist who probably killed like a couple hundred people. Or I'm sorry, Dr. Keisha Davis.
And actually, we're going to have an
She's a real medical doctor according to her profile. It's fucking mental.
She really is. Off to you, Adrian. You're welcome.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I looked at the link above and I actually thought it was talking about Bumble, the dating app, but then I realized that this horrible person is the reason why we have inflation because they're price fixing cans of tuna fish. And I don't even eat tuna fish because of the mercury content, but I'm just saying that. I'm being a troll? Excuse me, that's ad hominem and unprofessional, and you're a troll, and you're immature, and your breath stinks, and you should probably go to the gym. So what I'm trying to say is when I'm talking about tuna fish and inflation... That was Marshall. Marshall always calls me out every room I'm in. It's unbelievable. He's such a loser. God, that guy is pathetic. That was fantastic. Thank God. That was so funny. That was genius. Oh.
Get down, bro. Go get up, bitch. I want you to put your dick in my mouth,
That's what it's like when Jigaboo gags on a cock. Oh baby, talk to me like I'm Whoopi Goldberg in the sack. Okay, this is a girl gotta eat.
Hello.
Hi, Janessa. It's John. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How was your Pilates?
It was good. I was drinking last night, so it was really challenging. But apart from that, I made it through.
So you had to like hold it down?
I really held it down. I really held it down today in class. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow.
Yeah. Thanks for asking. How's your morning been?
It's been great. Just getting things taken care of over here, and yeah, it's been a really nice. I didn't go out last night, so I didn't pay the price today.
Yeah, right. No, yeah, better than me.
Well, I would love to take you to Eris if you want to go.
Yes, I thought that was the plan. I thought I was gonna see you too.
Okay, 2 works. Okay,
Yeah.
great. All right,
Okay,
I will.
great.
I'll freshen up and I'll see it too. Have you ever been? Have you ever been there before?
I have. The company I work for, actually, we were trying to have our holiday party there once, so I've been there to eat, and then we tried to get like a tour to have our holiday party there, but we didn't end up going with that. But yes, I've been there before.
Okay, fantastic. All right, I'll see you too.
Okay, see you later. Bye.
Okay, bye. Girl gotta eat. Janessa. Girl gotta eat. I'm sorry, what is that, like the devil or Satan screaming out from the pits of hell? What is that horrible noise? It sounds like the devil farting into a cum bubble. Sounds like the demon spawn hell itself. How horrible.
And I think the best way to engage with that is to disengage and not engage. And it's really hard.
I agree, Brian. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, and it really started out when there was a name calling. Because I didn't do anything until I moved to audience thinking removed until there was the name calling. And I don't condone name calling at all. Also there was a...
Yeah, but Marshall name called first.
I'll tell you that I do see it a lot from certain extremes. That it starts with an attack of one's character, actual issues, and that's where we are. And again, in order to even have a conversation with the issues, you have to be talking facts, and some people aren't with that doctrine. Some people don't have their name on here for security reasons. Briar, I would say that, but I think also with that comes, it's like a costume. Once you put a costume on, you're able to, you feel free. You have no consequence.
Such a gift from your hand. Will we show favour to any of you? Says the Lord of Hosts. Oh, that there were one among you who would shut the doors, that you might not kindle fire on my altar in vain. I have no pleasure in you, says the Lord of Hosts, and I will not accept an offering from your hand. For from the rising of the sun to its setting, my name will be great. My name will be great among the nations, and in every place incense will be offered to my name, and a pure offering. For my name will be great among the nations, says the Lord of Hosts. But you profane it when you say that the Lord's table is polluted, and its fruit. Its food may be despised. But you say, what a weariness this is, and you snort at it, says the Lord of Hosts.
With abortion talking points for all those
taken by violence,
what do I do when I go
or
to
is
a
lame,
room?
or
All of
sick.
that was there, and probably 30 people in there. But I look in the hallway and I see rooms with Trump interviews.
Shall I accept that from your hand, says the Lord? Cursed be the sheep who has a male in his flock and bows it, and yet sacrifices.
What the fuck is this?
Oh, Galilean princess, that's the Shema Yisrael. He's playing the call to the army of God. Raboina Shaloiloin. Conquer them in Jerusalem, conquer them in the Gaza.
Well, this is a great book to read while eating, in my opinion. I'm going to go ahead and pick up where she left off. So we're reading Malachi, English Standard Version. I'm going to go to chapter 2. And now, O priests, this command is for you. If you will not listen, if you will not take it to heart to give honor to my name, says the Lord of hosts, then I will send a curse upon you, and I will curse your blessings. Indeed, I have already cursed them, because you do not lay it to heart. Behold, I will rebuke your offspring, and spread dung on your faces, the dung of your offerings, and you shall be taken away with it. So shall you know that I have sent this command to you, that my covenant with Levi may stand, says the Lord of hosts. My covenant with him was one of life and peace, and I gave them to him. It was a covenant of fear, and he feared me. He stood in awe of my name. True instruction was in his mouth, no wrong was found on his lips. He walked with me in peace and uprightness, and turned many from iniquity. For the lips of a priest should guard knowledge, and people. For the lips of a priest should guard knowledge, and people should seek instruction from his mouth. For he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts. But you have turned aside from the way. You have caused many to stumble by your instruction. You have corrupted the covenant of Levi, says the Lord of hosts. And so I make you despised and abased before all the people, insomuch as you do not keep my ways, but show partiality in your instruction. Let's switch to Wi-Fi. Alright, I'm gonna read 10 through whenever it ends, 16, I guess. Judah profaned the covenant. Have we not all one Father? Has not one God created us? Why then are we faithless to one another, profaning the covenant of our fathers? Judah has been faithless, and abomination has been committed in Israel and in Jerusalem. For Judah has profaned the sanctuary of the Lord, which he loves, and has married the daughter of a foreign god. May the Lord cut off from the tents of Jacob any descendant of the man who does this, who brings an offering to the Lord of hosts. And the second thing you do, you cover the Lord's altar with tears, with weeping and groaning, because he no longer regards the offering or accepts it with favor from your hand. But you say, why does he not? Because the Lord was witness between you and the wife of your youth, to whom you have been faithless, though she is your companion and your wife by covenant. Did he not make them one with a portion of the Spirit in their union? And what was the one God seeking? Godly offspring. So guard yourselves in your spirit, and let none of you be faithless to the wife of your youth. For the man who does not love his wife but divorces her, says the Lord, the God of Israel, covers his garments with violence, says the Lord of hosts. So guard yourselves in spirit, and do not be faithless. Amen.
Amen. That's a very
Amen.
statement, right? The man who does not love his wife, but divorces her, covers his garments with violence.
Can you just repeat that, Rashawn?
Like, it's verse 16. Malachi 2. For the man who does not love his wife, but divorces her, says the Lord, the God of Israel, covers his garments with violence, says the Lord of hosts. So, guard yourself, but you cannot be faithless. how have we wearied him by saying everyone who does evil is good in the sight of the Lord, and he delights in them, or by asking, where is the God of justice? Yeah. Amen. Yeah, so it is these were perhaps, this is like, the second temple has been constructed, right? And even after God didn't even ask them to make a temple, they made a temple. And then they kept doing what they were doing. They almost destroyed. And we still delivered. And the second temple was built. And once again, and then you take like what, 180 or so years. That's from the time when this book was written. It wasn't just the people, the priestly itself was corrupt. So, not only were people bringing, substandard offerings, even the substandard offering that was being brought was being eaten before even offered to the Lord. So, it just completely turned into a people who were the form of religion. The Lord's name on their lips, but their hearts were far from Him. So, it's incredible how many times this has to be repeated over and over again tonight. But very explicitly by God. Like, do I really delight in sacrifice more than I do in the beauty? So yes, all of these crippled, mangled, blind, mouth breathers, unwanted, retarded speech that they're bringing me as a burnt offering. There is no aroma in them that's pleasing right there. It's just a stench in my nostrils. And your worship is just an abomination to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know the context very much from all of this, but I think I just have a lot more reading to do and stuff and understanding. But when I was reading the bit, where is it? It said about, I'll just find it. I remembered a song that said, one of the bits that I read, and it's funny how it's like sometimes that can be the first you hear of it in a song, and then you see it in the actual words, and you're like, oh, okay. I'll find it.
A little frustrating. Damn. Every time I turn my phone sideways, the littlest bit, it kicks me out of the room. Prashant's mic doesn't sound crisp as normal.
Oh, that's nice.
A little frustrated with Clubhouse today. Thanks for letting me hear. I am complete.
It's testing you. It's testing you.
Yeah. Feel like Job. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not surprised that they showed up with offerings that weren't their best, It's in human nature to do that. Without guidance, I assume that that's what we would do. But thank God for the word.
Well, you brought up tithes earlier, right? So this is question, brother. How the people like, how could man rob God? How are we robbing you? Well, you're robbing me and you're tithing your offering.
One of the woman farmers that was on the stage yesterday when we were talking about this, she was telling me that they'll drop off the vegetables, carrots, or whatever, potatoes, I suppose, that the ones that don't look pretty, basically, the ones you're not comfortable putting out on the store shelves, they've got bumps or whatever. I don't know what makes a carrot not look perfect, but they would take those and they'd go drop those off at the food bank. So it's almost exactly like what they're talking about here. Only difference is the food bank's not an offering to God.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. It gets particularly bad because not only are they doing that, first of all, even if they had brought their best and they were doing it emptily, that would still have been an abomination to the Lord, right? I mean, look at when we first out of the scene one day, take all of the best animals of the Amalekites, and they're like, oh, we're reserving, we think, oh, these are the best of all these animals, like goats and calves and bulls and sheep. And, why? Because we want to offer them a sacrifice to the Lord. And the Lord said, that's never what I asked for. I said, kill them all. So, yeah, you don't get to make up how, you're just going around worshiping God the way that you want to worship God. You're just worshiping God of your imagination. And you know what? That's no God at all. That's just, it's an idol you just created in your own head.
So it reminds me of the atheist that came in the room yesterday. He was telling us what's what. And I was thinking about it this morning. It's always hindsight. You're like, man, I should have said this. Or, anyways, I really wish I would have asked him, like, what if you're wrong? What if there is a creator? And what if he, same with the tithing, what if you're not just doing this because you'll be socially ostracized by the people of the community or the churchgoers? What if your offerings are, in fact, going to the creator of everything? Would you act different? Would you move a little different, you think, maybe?
Yeah, it's really hard when those conversations happen in a way. It just feels like it's so much ego, is it? Just not like, I mean, we all have like our so I'm just making sure you can still hear me, still come outside. Yeah, like we have our flesh and the spirit, right? And so it's just, yeah, it gets very ugly, doesn't it? It can get very ugly and
It can get ugly. Under it in like half a second, blink of an eye. Before you know it, you're slinking your lust underneath every green oak and slaughtering your children on the valley.
Is that like a metaphor of the verb? Yeah.
No, it's no metaphor at all. It's it's an actual like literal thing. God sacrifices like all over the Bible. I mean, it is like, it's like one of those dominant themes in the Old Testament, right? All of their God's fertility rituals, right? They're gods of their own like earthly prosperity that they had to like offer whatever their propitiation. They had to propitiate these deities with their fornication, because I mean, like, all right, Baal, fertility god, his sister and wife, Asherah, fertility goddess, the goddess of what? The harvest, or violence and fertility. So this sort of institutionalized fornication and child sacrifice throughout the world. I mean, literally across the world, the only no exception is to think of go hand in hand. They go hand in hand. Because I mean, man has always understood that, only death pays for life. And in that understanding, I think even everything with human culture was correct in that understanding. Correct? Yeah, absolutely. But with without the shedding of blood, there is no remission for your sin. But the blood of what? Bull, calf, goat, children, it will not suffice. It will not suffice. It can never suffice forever. This is why when first John chapter 1, verse 29, here, but John the Baptist, when he first sees Jesus, is what he says: Behold the Lamb of God that takes away the sins of the world. Simultaneous. The sacrifice and the sacrificer. As God the Father says, "For I have sworn an oath that you are a priest forever." Forever. Yeah.
Would it be possible to, for somebody, maybe to give me like a quick summary, not to take over the room or anything, of what we just read in context? Because I don't know, I don't really know exactly what's going on. Sorry. If not, it's fine. I just got like a 30-second, because I get bits and bobs, but I don't really know what else.
So Malachi is the last book of the Old Testament, the last one, and God falls silent after speaking to the prophet Malachi for 400 years or so. This is also called the intertestamental period, and it's not until the Word is made flesh in the Gospels come around that's when we finally once again hear back from God. So, and this is why it concludes in a very, very serious and as in this is once again, over and over again, once again, the Jews have demonstrated that despite all of they had everything, right? They had the Word, God's promises, right? His love and protection, His chastisement, and His prophets that He sent them one by one. They killed them all. Every single one. And they kept backsliding. This is why. This is it's the final death knell, so to speak. Like God is event. This is why it's such a school.
I was explaining which you did perfectly. I was looking up other people's descriptions and just a quick search on, in a nutshell, what it is. And yeah. So they can't follow the law. Their practices. Some of their practices were like evil. They had fallen into like evil practices, and He wants them to repent and change and follow the what is it? This guy says, He reproves the priests and the people for the evil practices in which they have fallen and invites them to repentance and reformation with promises of the blessing to be bestowed at the coming of the Messiah. And this one's really short. In fact, God says He would rather the priests offer no sacrifices at all than improper ones. The sin of bringing God apathetic, selfish, or profane worship is worse than offering no worship at all. And this chapter also includes combined prophecy and a threat to Israel regarding the Gentiles. Just a little bit.
Cain and Abel, right?
Thanks.
What was just bringing things that he just what he wanted to bring what he wanted to bring, right? And it was because God had to capitulate and had to be okay with what He wanted to bring. But it's his brother who brought it by faith.
Thanks, guys. I know I could have Googled myself, but I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's a bit frustrating sometimes because I love the word, but I don't know. Some people seem to know more. I guess they look it up, but you know the context of things more. But yeah, we're all helping each other. So thank.
Exactly. That's what the body of Christ, the fellowship, the idea that you should go to a brick and mortar building, go to church, and be around other Christians is the reason behind that is spiritual gifts. There are things that you and Prashant and Lee and Philip and Adrian, y'all are going to be really good at that I'm just awful at. And there's things that I should be good at that I should be able to. And when we come together and we start bouncing ideas off of Prashant's complex brain or Lee's vast amount of knowledge and wisdom, whenever we start doing that together, well, now we really got something. Now it's not just a flimsy, brittle self perception of what we think it might be. Now we got something we can all chew on. We got the meat of the word. That's how we create it. Yeah, something like that.
Just before we thank you for that, appreciate that. But yeah, and I agree with you. So, just before we go on about I 3 and 4, because the 8 ends very, very swiftly and brutally, right? So, I mean, just as an example of, just one more time, one other time that this same point has been brought up. I mean, and there's like hundreds, like several, literally hundreds, throughout Amos song, where God the Holy speaking through the prophet Amos, and this is like being sent directly to the priestly caste, the class of priests that are charged with the sacrificial at the temple. So Amos 5. 18 through 24, right? Amos 5, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Woe to you who long for the day of the Lord. Woe. That word woe is a very it's not just shame on you or you don't get a pass. No, woe means like, oh man, it's woe for you who long for the day of the Lord. Well, will the day of the Lord be for you? It will be darkness and not light. It will be like a man who flees from a lion, only to have a bear confront him. He goes home and rests his hand against the wall, only to have a snake bite him. Will not the day of the Lord be darkness rather than light, even gloom without any brightness in it? I hate and I despise your feet. I cannot stand the stench of your solemn assemblies. Even if you offer me your burnt offerings and grain offerings, I will not accept them. I will have no regard for your fellowship offerings of fattened cattle. Take away from me the noise of your songs. I will not listen to the music of your harps. But let justice flow like water, and righteousness like daily.
Amen. Thanks, God.
A group of women who aren't having any medical issues, who are just like, I don't want this baby. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm trying to delineate between the categories that you would say, either miscarriages or ectopic pregnancies, and the ones that are not. And that was the point
So you're talking about
when I was talking to them.
So yes.
Thank you. All right, cool. I don't have no backing for those women. That's just me. If they want to eat the fucking baby out their coochie, that's on them. I can care less because I'm not paying their bills and I'm not taking care of them.
But you will.
Shut up, Samoa.
So can I?
What are you gonna do about it, fat boy?
Child,
You think I'm fat and you're Samoan? You're crazy.
So welfare.
Yeah, I just happen to do things to myself.
So I want.
That's why you don't show yourself, fat boy.
So
Go on mute.
abortion is healthcare because there's a lot of health risks that come along with
pregnancy. And I think women, even if they consented to sex, I think they should be able to opt out of the health risks that come with pregnancy. And also, Black women especially, since Black women are 4 times more likely to die due to childbirth than any other race.
So if someone's getting an abortion not because of health concerns, but simply because they don't want the baby, is that something
there could be many reasons. There could be many reasons, but I'm just saying they should be able to. Especially, and I think it's healthcare because there's a lot of health risks, negative health risks that come along with pregnancy.
Okay, this is trying to delineate from my point. I'm trying to discuss the morality behind it.
Okay, so you're not trying to discuss legality and morality. So what's the problem morally?
Okay, I'm trying to ask you whether or not you think there are any moral questions behind killing an unborn baby.
No. I don't think it's a good thing for the child or the mother, but I think it has to be done.
So you will at least admit that it's not a good thing because it's a child and not a child.
No, that's not my point. I don't think it's a good thing because there's still side effects that come along to your body and stuff, like having an abortion.
Should there be any restrictions?
You just said the good thing for the baby.
So no restrictions.
I mean, yeah, it's a living thing. I mean, it's living because the mother's living. So I don't think it's good to abort a fetus, but I think it has to be done.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere now. But now we're talking about the actual life. So you think it's a living being? You think killing it is not good? Would you count it as a life worth valuing at all?
Sure.
Okay, so
That's very vague. I don't really know what you mean by that.
People who think that.
Wait, hold on, Bob. 1 second. What did you say, though?
So you would understand the perspective of someone who thinks aborting a child is morally wrong?
Yeah, I understand.
And also you would understand again, we're not just talking about miscarriages and ectopic pregnancies. We're talking about people doing it for convenience, and that's the overwhelming. If you look at some days of people,
but at the same time,
that's the same thing for me. But you're understanding why people would.
I'm understanding why they're against it, but at the same time, I think I have multiple reasons why I support abortion. One is it's illegal. I know you're talking about morality, and I'll get to that in a second. But forced vaccines, banning abortion, giving the government control of our bodies, it's just gonna lead down the slippery slope. That's my biggest reason for supporting abortion. And also another reason why I'm pro-abortion is because that baby will not live without the mother, and it's in her body. So I don't understand why she can't extract something from her.
Well, so you think because the baby is inside the mother?
Yeah, because it's inside of her body. I think she should be able to opt out.
But you know it's an actual individual life.
It doesn't matter. It's inside of her body, and it cannot breathe without her.
Okay, so let's put this in perspective. Do you think, again, we're not just talking about miscarriages, because when this happens, people cannot actually deal in hypotheticals because their morality being questioned is uncomfortable. But do you think it being in the body of the mother alone is something that allows her to kill it? Just to clarify.
Yes.
Would this apply to a 30-week abortion?
I'm sorry?
Would this apply to a child that's in gestation for 30 weeks?
I don't know. I'm only speaking on something that's inside of a woman's body.
Well, yeah, that's your principle. That's your.
Yeah, so if something's inside of a woman's body, she should be able to remove it.
Okay, so
that's my point. No ifs, ands.
No, hold on. So it wasn't clear because you were breaking
bringing up, Dope. So America, his question was 30 weeks, 36 weeks. Is it okay to extract this from her body?
Well, at that point, wouldn't it just be a birth? Like, I don't think you can abort.
No, it's still in the body. It's like 2 days before. It's still in the body.
Yeah, they wouldn't. You couldn't really do an abortion on that. You'd have to give birth at that point. That wouldn't work.
All right, so 20.
But
So 30 weeks.
hypothetically, if you could, I would think that there wouldn't be a point to it. Like, why not just give birth and give it up?
It's rare, but they do.
But if she wanted that to happen, then sure. But that wouldn't make any sense. Like, legally speaking and morally speaking, yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I think we were talking at the same time. So if she wanted to do it, you wouldn't have a problem with it.
Morally, yes, but like I can see why she would do it. So yeah.
Okay, so so now we're talking about morals, like I wanted to do. Why do you think morally it would be wrong?
Well, if you're talking about like the end trimester, I would think it'd be wrong because like it can usually like breathe and stuff on its own and survive without the mother. So I don't think there'd be a point in aborting it. That's why I think it would be wrong.
So the fact that it can breathe is, or the fact that
it can breathe, it can be adopted by like a family that like wants it. It's like at the point where there would be no point of aborting it. But I'm saying I support her doing it. I just don't think it makes much sense. But I would still support it. It doesn't. I can. No, morally speaking, if she did kill it, morally she wouldn't be wrong because it's still imposing on her rights.
So she wouldn't be wrong to do it.
She wouldn't be wrong because the baby's imposing on her rights. It's an intruder in her body.
The baby is imposing on her rights because it's inside of her body.
Yes, it's in her body. It's unwanted.
So Dope, I think that like this is where we would never come to an agreement on things because Americans being very nice with it. Me personally, I can care two shits if she gets that fucking fetus out of her body at 36 weeks. Morally, I don't give a fuck because we don't share the same goddamn morals, and it's not going to bother me because I don't know that fucking baby exists, nor do I care to take care of said child and so on and so forth. American is actually being very nice with you about it. She's actually trying to properly word it, but in reality, a lot of people don't give a fuck. And that's what I'm saying. It's like morally, nobody's going to share your morals with you except you and the people who you align with. But what you can't do is come and force your morals on somebody else, who don't share them. And that's why abortion will always be a crossroad, especially to the thing that you're talking about. So, unless what, babe?
Unless it's out of the government's hands completely. Make it a doctor-patient issue.
Well, no, he wants to have the conversation from a moral standpoint.
People don't agree morally. There are groups of morality. Certain groups believe this, other groups believe
Even
that.
within religion, you have other groups of morality where some people find things sacred and others don't.
Whoever speaks is actually correct. Even prior to the
only way to solve this issue is to make it a doctor-patient issue. So if the doctor morally, based on his belief in religion or whatever, don't want to perform the service, he doesn't have to. The patient can go to any other doctor that will. So that way, if that doctor don't have to do it, the service will still be done. Unless it's a private hospital, they can probably decide, like, we as a private hospital are not going to do it. But any public hospital, this doctor may want to do it, this doctor may not. It's up to the patient to find a doctor that's willing to provide the service. The government is completely out of it. That way, there is no more argument left to be had.
Well, the government was on this prior to even the signing of the Constitution. We used to have in this country basically up to the quickening is when you can feel the baby move, etc. That was generally when abortions were considered like you're not going to have one after that point, and that went through. Actually, it was first wave feminists, the first feminists that came up that were anti-abortion. They wanted abortions to stop. They actually campaigned on this and started forcing politicians to put in measures to kind of bring it, which is why you get 1884 kind of rules, you get 1863 rules that exist throughout the country. You get these rules around that time because the first wave feminists, the women marches, all those times back then, were protesting, saying we want to do this, we want to end alcohol, we want to end this, we want marriages, we don't want abortions, we don't want pharmacies giving out elderberry powder, we want to be able to, have families. And so a lot of politicians created these laws and policies to go forward. Now, prior to that, there was no laws in regards to it. In fact, we started a mini revolution when England, the Dukes of England got together, the lords over there, said they didn't want abortions in the American colonies because it decreased their workers, meaning the colonists over here, the producers. And so the colonists started a mini kind of revolution on that. They outlawed abortion, and England quickly reversed that decision and to temper down. And then, as far as abortion goes, the left already won. You got it down at the states' rights. You're winning. You're getting it codified in state constitutions. You're getting it down. You point to one state, Alabama, but you got 17 other states that ratify it in their state constitution.
That's not good enough.
That's not good enough for what?
No, it's not because abortion. Wait, hold on. Abortion is healthcare.
Well, it's not
If someone is sick and they go to the hospital and they need medical assistance, you don't turn them away. Abortion is a human right.
Pregnancy is not a sickness, though. That's the thing. You say sickness.
Pregnancy is a sickness. What are you talking about?
I know, but still, pregnancy is not a sickness, and that's why I say just leave it up to the doctor patient. Pretty much like
No.
Say, right?
No.
Say shit, and like if ma'am, if you want to get an abortion, but your primary care physician doesn't believe in abortion, you can just go to another doctor who will be willing to provide the service because he feels morally this is wrong. But some other doctor may feel morally like it's fine. So just do it. That'll be the easiest way to do it. So the people who don't believe in it or don't do it, and the people who do believe in it, can do it whatever the fuck they want. They'll make the money off of it, whatever. Like just keep it a doctor-patient issue. It's up to the doctor and the patient, and no one else really needs to be involved in it.
What if some people think that slavery is okay, and then we just use that same logic?
We're bringing up
Slavery is already legal.
Like you bringing up slavery, like
you see the flaw in the logic.
Registered as a sickness.
And we don't
As a sickness, and I think a lot of men don't understand this. And I think, like, you have to realize here, abortions are always going to happen. You're arguing safe abortions in hospitals. It's called safe abortion. Stop referring to it as abortion. Like, you have to differentiate it.
I should be able to safely murder people. That's me. That's like putting in legal protections for people who rob people's houses to make sure that we don't have the ability to kill them because it's within their morale to steal from your house. Yet there's laws to prevent people from acting on their morale.
I would say that a better comparison is starting to see by just a
healthcare systems in place.
I'm not making a comparison. I'm really just pointing out the flaw in the law.
Oh, you're talking about abortion in general, right?
I'm going to encourage a one-man policy, but also I think that a better comparison would be, say, the death penalty, where we safely murder people. You know?
It's not actually a comparison because again, it goes a little deeper. Like when I came in here, some people were talking about the HICPICS codes and the UB codes and how we classify abortions. Like first and foremost, everything you go through. Pregnancy may be your diagnosis. You may have an ectopic pregnancy. This is considered a diagnosis. The procedure that's done at DNC, which can be utilized for a variety of procedures, does not mean an abortion. That does not go just with abortions. They can be used for other procedures. And so when we go through this and you say, well, we're just going to count the number of DNCs, the U.S. government doesn't do this. I know this because I help them track. Like, I know all of your medical data is tracked by the U.S. government currently, and a variety of other entities. You have no idea that all of your healthcare, every time you go see a doctor and you pay with a bill, it goes through your insurance company or Medicare or Medicaid or CHIP or whatever the hell else it is. It gets a little code, and the U.S. government takes a look at those stats to sit there and make determinations on policies, to see changes, to work the CDC. All of these entities go ahead and get involved in it. That's how we track this data. So when you're sitting there going through like the various abortion types, yes, there's been about 94 million abortions since Roe v. Wade. Now, if you break that number down, there's been miscarriages. Those are not always classified as an abortion. Some of those may be a variety of diagnoses that go with it, and those will be counted as separate. Elective abortions, those which most of you are talking about, those are going to be qualified under a different code, and those will get through. And then in the HCPCS arena, you're looking at about, I don't know, I think there's like 35 codes. They're all different. So, you know, you just have to be specific on what you're looking at and like who you're talking to. And just because you work in healthcare doesn't mean you know how we track all this stuff. I can tell you because I do track. I'm working on it right now.
And the death penalty tally applies to adults, usually 99% of the time adult convicted criminals who have, you know, committed some egregious offense against some other person. That's different from a helpless unborn baby.
Right, but the decision to terminate a life is where I was drawing the comparison, not the
Would it be
circumstances
wrong,
surrounding.
Tally, to give the death penalty to someone that's innocent, that hasn't committed a crime?
It would be. So,
Would it be
but
like a failure
in
of
that,
the justice system?
sure, in that case, and why I don't necessarily support the death penalty, because proving someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt is enough to sentence them to jail, but to death, I think it doesn't leave enough.
Sally, you have to keep in mind, like, the people who are sentenced to death, they didn't just go into a liquor store and shoot the owner by accident, right? Like, the people who are sentenced to death do shit like kidnapping a 5-year-old, raping her to fucking death, and burying her in a ditch. So let's not like, I'm not gonna infantilize men who or women who end up getting the death penalty, and to compare those sick animals to a human being in the womb is just disingenuous.
No, so where the circumstances surrounding why we decided that a life, guilty or innocent, should end are not the focal point for me. It's the focal point of me is the termination of life. So for me, if you are anti-abortion, it would follow that you are anti-death penalty, because even if we have deemed that this person is not safe for society, we don't know what sort of redemption they could experience internally through self-discovery or whatever they have behind bars. A lot of them turn to religion. A lot of them, if libraries are available, become
Can I chime in?
or even like, Shash, I have a question for you.
What, Tally, can I respond to Tally though? Because that makes no sense at all.
So, Tally, I don't know why this logic is always applied to like pro-lifers in order to point out their inconsistencies, but it's like, we don't look at St. Jude Hospital and say, hey, St. Jude doesn't really care about cancer because they only focus on childhood leukemia, right? We don't make those accusations, and we don't say, hey, you must take in ball cancer patients in order for you to prove to us that you actually are anti-cancer, right? We don't say that. So to be anti-abortion is simply to be against the killing, murder, whatever you want to call it, the termination of a human being's life in the womb. If it was a dog life, nobody would give a fuck, right? But because it's another human being in the womb whose rights aren't undermined by their mother, they have no problem here, right?
So, Shash, I have a question for you. So, if someone, like, this is, I just want your opinion, if someone broke into your house and started hitting you, what do you think, like, your instincts would be?
My instinct? I don't know, man.
Do you think that you would fight back, run, kill them?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know if I would be in a fight or
okay.
fight.
So do you think if, you know, I broke into Brad's house and started strangling him and beating him up, do you think it would be justified for him to kill me or no?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, so if something is intruding my body, my home, my temple, and starts kicking me, is it justified that I kill it?
define intruding, because the baby didn't land there in the first place, like out of nowhere. Like it didn't just plant itself inside of your uterus, right? It took you, unless you were raped, it took you laying down with another man in order to have that baby. So,
So my response to that would be, if I invite you in my house to have the hamburger with me, after the hamburger, if I tell you to leave, you should leave. You know, you don't get to just stay here just because I invited you in.
Oh, God's sakes, you said all that.
Oh God, bro. What type of fucking logic?
Amazing logic. But I mean, let's put it to you like this, right? If your mom was in a coma, right, and you knew that within 9 months she's gonna wake up totally normal, would you still pull the plug?
Probably not. Not a mom.
We're getting lost in the mush right
It matters the relationship you have with the person, doesn't it? So you would think a woman would care to save her offspring.
I mean, but she doesn't know her offspring. She doesn't know who that person is yet, or that baby is.
She kill it before she has the opportunity.
No, if she wants the intruder to leave, then she should have the right to ask them to leave. And if not, then help them
Is it
exit.
really an intruder? Like, if you invited someone into your home and you decided to kill them, you can't claim that they were an intruder because there's proof that you invited them in.
No, but if I invite
you would now be charged with murder, actually.
But if I invite you to my house, you should leave. If I tell you to leave.
If you invite someone into your house and then stab them for coming inside of your home and you kill them, you're still getting charged with murder, babe. Especially if you don't have any like marks on you, there was no signs of struggle, you didn't fight back. I mean, they didn't fight back. Then that's a clear cut. At least
no. The only way to get them to leave is to kill them. That's the thing you guys missing. They're saying if she doesn't want them in, and she.
The baby isn't an intruder, though. This is the baby is.
Her analogy is.
Well, yeah, her analogy's wrong. But the baby is not an intruder. The baby does not have moral intent. Yeah, it's a dumb.
I disagree.
Yeah, okay, so Nathan. Is a baby something born from natural causes, or is it something that instantiates itself through intent? Is it something that just intentionally
well-known and documented causes?
Yeah, I believe babies are born.
Not like, mystical.
Yeah, but we're not talking about. We're talking about.
Yeah, we're not talking
I guess the
about
beginning of pregnancy.
Focusing on diversion.
No, because if you're going to compare a baby to an intruder or someone who doesn't want to leave your house, you're going to essentially say the baby is equivalent because it has the intent to stay and violate your rights. The baby has no intent. The person most responsible for the baby, unless the person was raped, is a woman who had sex and a man. So that's the entire point. You're comparing that to something that the baby has no control over.
I think you're missing the point, though. The point. Listen, we gotta stop putting intent on the baby. The baby is just there. Listen, we don't get baby rights.
No, but that's still the point.
We don't get babies. We don't get babies. Exactly. And the thing is, this the baby, right? The baby can't say yes. The baby can't say no. The baby only can live, right? And if a person says that, hey, they don't want to go through this process, they have a right not to go through the process.
They don't have a right not to.
Yes, they do.
Well, but Nathan, there was a yes and no decision that was made at one point. It just wasn't made by the baby.
Because the baby is incapable of saying yes or no. Yeah, the baby is incapable of saying yes or no.
Right, but somebody said yes.
That's why it is.
Somebody.
That's what we do, right? Like a baby is incapable of saying that they want to go on gender therapy. A baby is incapable of saying yes, they want a circumcision. A baby is incapable of saying yes, they want their airspace. Yes, the parents make these decisions, and if the person who is a parent, both parents say, hey, they don't want to go through this process. Yes, they can stop that baby from living if they don't want it, and they can.
When do babies begin?
Nathan,
They begin at conception according to the
I believe they have to be born,
and they have enough time.
So,
why?
Why think they begin at conception? Some people think they begin at birth. That's the dilemma.
No, the baby's rights actually can be in the womb. You can arrest a woman on crack or drugs and doing all this other shit while she's pregnant. You can actually put her into a prison.
Exactly.
So what law is she breaking? Is it just the drug use?
Yeah.
It's endangerment of the
Yeah,
child.
and they would tell them, hey, because they think that this person wants it, right? Because they aren't going through the procedures of not wanting to be pregnant. So their assumption is that if you want this, right, you can go through the process of not wanting it. But since you're not going through the process of not wanting it, we can treat you like you want it. But what if you're gonna treat you like you want it?
Why should it matter? No, Nathan, why should it matter? If it's in her body, we're using the logic to justify abortion, is that it's in her body to begin with, so she has the right to do whatever she wants. If she wants to smoke, fuck the baby. If the baby gets born either way, she exercised her rights while the baby.
Wait, you asking me about the law? Wait, no, you asking me about law or you asking me about that's the thing right there we missing. Are we talking? One sec, can I answer those questions, please? No, are we talking about law or are we just talking about morality?
I'm talking about morality.
Logical.
And the morality is why we're discussing this to begin with. That's the entire point.
We have to talk about rights. We have to talk about when rights begin, because that's what it boils down to. I think the guy said that morality is going to be different based on the group, based on the person, the culture,
Exactly.
the times. So you have to really boil down and agree to rights. When do rights begin?
If a woman wants to take thalidomide to ease her
When
morning
a person has
sickness,
the ability to understand.
she doesn't have that ability because there's regulations and laws against it. Why? Because they found out that thalidomide, even though it does ease the morning sickness of pregnant women, it also deforms their babies. So we already have kind of laws in place to protect the unborn. It's just a matter of having the ability to kill them. That's the problem. We can't deform them.
We talking past each other.
Yeah, we can't deform them. The law prevents us from deforming them, but apparently we can kill them.
We're talking about rights. When do they have rights? I believe that the parents have the rights and tell the baby or the kid has the ability to understand. Has some type of cognitive ability. So
Also, wanted to say something to Shy, because
exactly.
it's really hypocritical that you're anti-abortion but pro-death.
No, it's not.
Brian, when do you believe like they
I'm
have rights?
against the murder of babies.
So you should be against the murder of
I'm not against the murder of guilty adults that committed egregious crime.
Because the law.
I don't infantilize grown criminals.
Okay. But would you say, Brian?
So instead of rehabilitating
I agree with Brad that life begins at conception and therefore rights begin at conception. So it's a separate set
So
of
does the
DNA,
Supreme
it's a separate life. Right.
Okay, so let me ask this question, Brian.
Rights begin at conception.
Let me ask this question. Let's say you had a 3-year-old. Let's say you had a 3-year-old and your 3-year-old has rights, correct?
They do, actually.
Yeah. Okay, do they have the right to say that they want to be a girl or a boy?
Well, no.
Yeah.
Gender.
Why don't they have these rights?
They actually do.
Well,
they have freedom.
Well, they can say it.
Codified in the Constitution.
But I'm saying, do they have the right to? Okay, do they have the right to actually be that? Okay, yeah, do they have the right to actually be that then?
But they aren't 18 years old. We must strong.
I understand they're not 18, but you said they have rights.
They do have rights, but they don't have.
Okay, do they have the right to be a girl or a boy?
We also can invoke policies under these rights to ensure that the continuation of the rights are applied applicable. A 3-year-old determining whether or not they want to have a gender reassignment surgery that would inherently intrude on their lifelong decision for rights and to have surgeries done at this age, although I would be hard pressed to find a doctor that would actually do this, but maybe there's an idiot out there, I'm sure there is. But you would actually be infringing on that child's rights. A doctor would. So there are rights to actually protect rights, and there are policies. Well, I said that wrong. There are policies to ensure the continuation of your protected rights. To sit there and make sure that you're of cognizant, sound mind and body to make an informed, consenting decision about your life. So yes, we do it. Think of seatbelts. We have, that's not in the Constitution. You have seatbelt laws across this nation that make you wear a seatbelt while you drive a car. This is for your protection. It's not for anything else other than you, and to ensure your continuing living. And yes, you may say it goes against your rights, but at the same time, the government has decided, and the Supreme Court has upheld this, that the government at times can say, this is a law that we're going to pass to ensure that you have a safe outcome and that you have a chance at life, basically.
So they do have the right to say that they can be a boy or a girl?
They have the right to say anything they want to. They
No,
can
to be.
No, yes, they do. When they turn of consenting age and are determined to be of sound mind and body. This is why you don't
would it be the parents' decision then?
in the military and say, hey, you can sign up to be a soldier since you're
Oh, I get that.
G.I. Joe in the backyard.
So it's the same thing.
It's the same thing. You have to be of sound mind, principle, and developed body to basically go through and say, hey, I am going to take this decision that I'm fully aware of and go ahead and go through. In our culture, our society, we have determined that age to be.
I get that. So they only have the right.
No, nigga, you don't get to talk to Brad. No, nigga, you don't get to talk to Brad.
So Brad, my question is this now. So they don't have the right to actually be this, but they can actually say that's the right. They have freedom of speech, right?
Correct.
And if their parents want them to be this, do their parents have the right?
The parents technically do not have the right to sit there and go to their child who says, I'm a boy, and let's say mommy says, you're a girl. Technically.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if the kid says they're a boy, then the parents have the right to transition them into this.
No, the parents should not have, they do not have the rights currently.
They don't have the right.
Yeah, they do not have the right currently. Although the Texas case is unique as well as the Florida case, and I think there's another one either out of the Carolinas or Virginia where a mother has tried to do that, and there have been a number of California kind of dressing them up. But to actually have a mother say, my daughter's a girl, I want to slap them on with these medications. This is what we're arguing in the case.
No, I'm talking about something soft. I'm talking about something soft, like dress them up. Change their name, that type of stuff.
You technically do have the right to do that.
Yeah, technically, you can dress them up in a dress. But if the child refuses to wear it and you decide, hey, I'm going to physically force my child in an abusive way and punish them if they don't wear a tutu out in public, then you're going to fall in a follow-up
Do
problem.
parents have the right to
Child
abuse their
Protective
children
Services.
because it's their children?
At a certain point, Child Protective Services could get involved.
Okay. I see what you're saying. We're saying that the parents have the right to certain things, right? And the parents don't have the right to certain things. So if there's a parent, right, data.
Yes, parents have certain rights over children because they're also accountable for those children.
Exactly. And if there's an adult, that
doesn't mean
comes to
that
a decision.
Our father can sit there and say, you know what, I'm going to take my little Johnny or Jane and turn them into, whatever opposite gender they are. No, they technically can't.
They don't have to. They can do it socially.
They cannot.
Yes, they can.
Do a lot of things socially. They cannot do a gender reassignment. What the fuck are you talking about? They cannot.
No, I'm not talking about the gender reassignment. I'm not talking about the medical procedures. Right? You have to get like some type of acceptance from the medical. No, I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about the soft. They can dress them up. They can make them wear this. They can make them wear that. Right? And the thing is this: if this is an adult and there's no baby cooking in the stomach, right? This person can say that I don't want to. They have the ability to do that, and you would say yes.
Even that has its limits, Nathan, because if
it does have its limits. I agree with you.
Yes, exactly, and it's the limits is
Letting up their
if it is deemed that the parent is being abusive and trying to socially transition them, and clearly the child is being emotionally abused, I guess you would call it in that case, then we would send child protective services in to say, no, you're not allowed to emotionally abuse. Well, yeah, but extreme, right? So, like, what's another extreme thing that you can do to your child that
I'm not. That's why I'm not appealing to the extremes. That's why I'm not
exactly. But we're talking about an extreme thing.
No, we're not. We're talking about abortion. Abortion is an extreme. Yes. What makes it extreme is when y'all start saying that have not been talking about abortion. I was trying to draw it into abortion because we were talking about rights. They were saying that babies have rights, right? And I was like, where does the right start? They said the right starts at conception, and then after they said later was at conception. Leave. 3 people talking. Go ahead, Miss Andrew. Go ahead.
It would be consistent if parents have the right to abuse their children, but they clearly don't have that right.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. We just said they don't have the right to abuse their children.
Some people say that beating your child is abusive. And just beating your child.
Well, yeah, that I don't know. You can argue that some people believe that, but corporal punishment is not considered abuse by law.
No, you just stop.
Selective modding. I'm gonna call it.
I'm just gonna move it. Yeah. Anyways, like I was trying to say,
it's not the same thing as abuse. The laws for abuse are pretty clear. There's a reason why.
The laws of murder is pretty clear.
That's true too.
Well, you can't run over talking to me, Miss Andrew. I told you. I want to zero tolerance. No, you gave me the floor. Did you cut you off? I was responding to David. It's kind of fucking talking. Anyways, like I was trying to say, so yeah, murder is pretty fucking clear what it is, right? And when you guys try to conflate termination of pregnancy is murder, you guys are doing that shit. And I can do the same thing too when we talk about abuse. If I want to believe that abuse is you just beating your child, then it's abuse. That's what y'all doing.
Well, you could try and argue that if you want to talk about morally, but my entire point is that killing a child is morally wrong because you're taking away an innocent life. So that's my point. If you want to argue that, you can argue that, but this is like we're just driving away from my original point. We're trying to talk about trans and kids again. This is talking about why or why not you should support killing an unborn child. That's my point. So if we want to talk about that, we can talk about that. If we want to go back to just human rights of children, let's go to that. It's pointless. Like this is.
The counter argument is this: we believe that forcing a person to be pregnant is morally wrong.
Yeah, forcing someone to be pregnant is morally wrong, but we're not forcing women to be pregnant.
Right.
It's like just that someone an unintended pregnancy is not equivalent to someone forcing someone to be pregnant.
You're forcing
No, you are, because there's an option. There's an option. There's an option. There's an option because right now birth control, and the last case of, I guess the extreme case of birth control is an abortion, right? And you taking that away from someone is forcing them to have a baby.
That's like saying because we have an conquered nature.
An unintended pregnancy occurs when you have sex, whether it's protected or unprotected. And unfortunately, the sperm enters the egg and then a freaking baby.
They don't care about it being independent or not.
Because if someone forces you, they literally make you.
What I mean by force is you take away the ability for a person to stop the pregnancy.
But listen. Once
you take that away from someone, you are forcing that.
The way that babies happen has been known
we all
for
adults.
thousands of years.
We all adults.
It's exactly. We're all adults, and we all understand the risk involved in certain actions. If I am jumping on a trampoline, right? I understand that there is an unintended consequences that I will be hurt. If that happens, I can't then go around and say like, well, that trampoline shouldn't have been made. No, I shouldn't have been jumping on it if I didn't accept a certain amount of risk.
Oh, okay.
And contraceptive is not
We have not.
No, I know. I said that extreme.
We have not fully conquered nature. To your point,
you not even answer. What do you think my point was, Digi Day.
You were saying
because I.
You were saying because there's birth control and all these other things that
I didn't say that.
I should. You did. You brought up birth control.
I brought up birth control because we would talk. I'm gonna say it again. To say to someone, hey, you cannot stop your pregnancy, right? You have to go through it because this is a life. It's forcing someone to be pregnant, and once you do that, that's immoral. You force someone to have a baby.
You're forcing somebody to carry out their pregnancy to full term.
Exactly. And once you're forcing someone to carry out their pregnancy, that becomes immoral. Because they should have a choice, right?
But nobody forced them to become pregnant, you're saying, right? You agree that they made a conscious choice
No one
that
is
could have
forcing
resulted
them
in
to be, no one is,
So
no one is forcing them to. We're talking about the pregnancy. They're pregnant right now. That's the only thing.
Wait, how did that happen? Wait, no, don't skip it. How did that happen?
We all fucking adults,
No, but it does matter.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm saying this.
Willful consensual sex.
Willful consensual sex.
Yes, it doesn't matter how. We're talking about the pregnancy. Yes, we're talking about the pregnancy. We're talking about the pregnancy. We're talking about now this person is pregnant, and they're saying that they don't want to go through the pregnancy. They're saying that they don't want to go through the pregnancy, and you're saying you're not allowed to do that.
No,
that's forcing.
No. I haven't said whether. I think what other people would say is the second there is a pregnancy, which again happened willfully through willful consensual sex.
Yes.
There's more than one person involved in the calculus. That's the question.
Like when we did with the baby.
Like whether or not you consider the rights starting at that point, and then there's calculus involved.
Like when we were talking about, hey, you can't take a baby and say that, hey, you're gonna perform gender reassignment surgery and all that other stuff because or a baby can't tell you that they want this because they don't have rights. It's all in the parents' hands and all this other stuff.
Up to we said up to a certain point because the parents are not allowed to abuse a child.
Okay, so then I'll say this is up to a certain point. Up to a certain point, the person has the right, and that's what I'm arguing.
But it doesn't include the mother.
A person has the right to say that they want to terminate their pregnancy.
That's where it would become arguably abuse. Right? The parent doesn't have the right to abuse a child. The parent can make lots of decisions. The parent can make. Let me speak for a moment, Nathan. Let me speak. The parent can make lots of choices for a child, and the pregnant mother can make lots of choices for the fetus. Whether or not they want to get an ultrasound, whether or not they want to eat yogurt, whether or not they want to go vegan during the time, whether or not they want to do certain, all of that will affect the child, and we give the parents lots of leeway in that respect. But just like a parent does not have the right to abuse a child, the argument here is that there are, and we said that's extreme, and then you said, oh, well, abortion is not extreme. I would argue no. Abortion would be considered by those who are saying that it shouldn't be allowed because it would be an extreme, extreme consequences, certainly. No, that's not even subjective. Look, that is the ultimate decision.
You just said to those.
Right. To those. I'm saying I haven't even.
That's subjective.
No. Listen.
Yes,
if you want to argue that it's not extreme, go for it. But from the perspective of the potential life, it is the most ultimate extreme decision that can be made.
Okay, so it's subjective, man. We're talking about why.
If you want to argue for it, go for it.
Honestly, you don't know what I'm talking about, and it's disrespectfully
theories.
This thing is that
This is like you who think that talk about theory.
What is immoral is you, as an individual, saying to this person who has autonomy, who has a right of their body, that they have to go through this procedure.
And what the other side is saying is that there's two people.
And they're fucking saying, Dave. They're saying that, hey, I want to, but you're not allowing me to.
And the other side is saying that there's two people involved.
Okay, I got it. I got the other side opinion.
Clearly not.
So the law recognizes children that are born, right? That they have rights to be protected because they're a person. All they're saying is this should extend. This protection should extend throughout the pregnancy. This protection of society because this is an actual living organism person. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, the calculus involves two people.
I get what they're saying, and I'm saying that even though that this person has the potential of being someone, right?
Right.
The person who is going to conceive it and bring it into this world, they have a choice, right? They have a choice to say that they will go through it or they would not go through it, and that's all I'm saying.
No, and the argument that's being made is if the parents don't have a choice
when the child is day one born, right? If they no longer have a choice now, then you got to make the argument that this is immoral. Because now you're forcing parents to be parents now, even though they don't want the child at 1 day to 5 years old. You have to argument.
Yeah, if I could get rid of my kids right now, I would, but that would be illegal.
There's nothing right now that you can get an abortion.
I'm having one of those days.
The rights of abortion are upheld. And again, like I said, I think it's now 17, maybe somewhere around there. I'd have to look up the number. But there's like a number of states that have it codified in the Constitution of their states. This doesn't have to be a federal thing. Again, the people on the left that are actually pro-choice are really like fucking like retarded at times, because they don't even realize when they won the argument, because even on the conservative side, even evangelicals in the group, you are seeing a growing number of people that say, hey, we're going to allow abortions. Well, now the fact that Trump kicked it down to the states, you get to have greater power to actually influence those laws and those protections in every single state if you want to do it. If you want to protect the right to have an abortion up to the fucking minute out before the baby's born, yeah, you have the right and the ability to do so. The left literally won this argument, and it's so mind-numbing to hear them say, well, we want a federal protection. The federal protection isn't going to do shit because A, it'll never pass, it'll never get through the House, it'll never go through the Senate, and no executive order is going to be able to write this into law. And the Supreme Court's going to reject it inherently outright. So if you're going to allow states to sit there and say, well, this is our state constitution, which will end up being part of the U.S. Constitution, because guess what? All rights listed in the Constitution are afforded to the states to make their own self-determination. Guess what? You won the argument.
If the Fed
It doesn't matter because they actually overturned it. So look at Arizona when it reverted back and they thought they'd do some gimmick to 1884. They actually throw it back on the ballot, and it has a 90% chance of passing that they're now going to codify abortion in Arizona. So guess what? Even with Republicans in power in many districts, they are acquiescing, which is why you see Republicans running away from the issue. Because in the end of the day, some of these very strict pro-life, don't want any abortions in the country, Republicans, they lost the fight. They lost it. And I think it's stupid because we should have bodily autonomy. We should have a codifying law that says every citizen deserves bodily autonomy, the self-determination of what they want to do with their body. That would extend to abortion rights. It also extend to mandates on vaccines and a bunch of other shit. If we're going to do this, let's go all the way and say we would just want bodily autonomy, and I don't want the government telling me what I can and cannot put in my body and what I can and cannot do with my body. So, I think that is a fair approach. And I think we could actually do this on a 50-state level, and I think it could actually pass something along those roads.
So if the feds would have passed a law, why would the Supreme Court shoot it down?
No, the Supreme Court didn't shoot a law down. The Supreme Court shot
I know that. I know the Supreme Court didn't shoot a law down. He said that if the Supreme
They
Court
will shoot it down because the Democrats will word it in a fucking... Hold on, Marshall. That's not...
I can't hear the devil at once. I don't understand.
So the Supreme Court will shoot it down because the way the Democrats want to word the bill will open it up to another Supreme Court fight, and the Supreme Court will sit there and turn around and say, hey, this doesn't apply to the Constitution, or this will have some infringement on it, and there will be some wonkiness. This happened. This is why Roe v. Wade and other things got overturned. This is why policies all the time, legislative acts, get overturned. It's the way they're worded. And the Democrats...
Wasn't the legislative act.
I know it wasn't a legislative act. What I'm speaking to is there are legislative actions that are passed that get struck down all the time by the Supreme Court.
Right.
That's the primary job. And the way they're worded, because you're being a dipshit and not listening, because you're just
Brian,
fucking leftist and you're
listen,
tears.
Brian,
What I'm telling you is the way that you don't have time to go do something. Go crash a plane. I don't fucking care. But I mean, at the end of the day, when they word it like they did the last abortion legislation, because you're not fucking listening, you're talking. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. So I'm going to start again. The way the Democrats, 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 the way the Democrats,
Finley, not all.
the Democrats. So there you go. So Finley, shut the fuck up. The way the Democrats worded the last 4 abortion bills that they wanted to pass. They put poison pills in there, and they worded it so badly that it was even struck down by members in their own caucus. They didn't want to vote on it. Then they also, at the same time, will word it wonky that the Supreme Court will be able to sit there and say, hey, we have to reject this because you didn't do this right, is what I'm telling you. And it's the way it is because we do virtue signaling bills rather than actual legislation actions.
So I think a lot of states have the abortion issue on the ballot. So based on what we've seen before, it hasn't been good to decide that wanted to have bans on abortion. But I'm really curious to see like what the scale will look like in the November ballot because I think a lot more states have got the petition on there.
There are 6 states that have it on chaos. There are 6 states. All 6 states have above 75% chance of passing.
Yeah, I think one of the things I've noticed was that I went to a Catholic church in Missouri and I saw a pamphlet that said, asking the people at the church they'll not send petitions for that to be on the ballot. And I was like, it was interesting because I think they knew that if it was on the ballot, it's not going to go through. It is going to go through, and it wouldn't be a win for the pro-life.
Well, yeah, but that's each state has a right to make its own rule as this goes, as long as it doesn't override constitutional protections. So that means Texas can do something super strict, New Mexico can do something super lax, Arizona can do something that's a combination of the two. Basically, what the decision in Bostock, oh gosh, no, it's not Tyler V. Do y'all remember the name of the case which overturned Roe? I'm blanking on it at the moment. Anyway, the point being, it's a state issue, and states have the right to make those rules. I will agree with both you and Brad. I think the pro-life folks have lost. Nobody, I mean nobody that I know down here, and it's a Democratic stronghold, is okay with this idea of a national abortion law. They just don't think it works. They would prefer it be on a state level. So I think that's what the Supreme Court decision actually does. Now, like I said, that means states have the right to do super strict stuff, and it means they have the right to do really lax stuff. But that is oftentimes in our country what we call, quote, laboratories of democracy. Each state gets to try and figure out how it works, and maybe the way, say 4 or 5 states have figured out to make it work, the U.S. government adopts. But it's really trying it out on a state level to see whether it works.
So I have a question for Brad and Marshall. I think so. The more again, because I'm Catholic, I'm really involved in the pro-life movement because of the fact that I can't escape it in social circles. There is talks about having a national ban on abortion. I think if you ask any pro-life person who's very into the movement and politically trying to make it a headway, they do believe that. So how do you guys think that the GOP or the Republicans would support anything like that, or do you think it'll fall within the party because of the fact that Republicans don't want a national mandate, they want a local law?
I think they want a state and local law aside from the ones that are super duper strict, nothing should happen kind of voters. Lindsey Graham, for example, talked about a national abortion ban 8 months ago, and his opinion is not in line with the way the party currently is going, and it's not in line with our platform. Right? The platform, for those who are unaware, you go to a convention, you have what's called a platform committee. They put together what are called planks, which are essentially bullet points that tell people what your policy will be. Not super detailed, because it's a broad document. But the Republican Party platform in 2024 makes no mention of a nationwide abortion ban. Again, that's not to say there aren't people like Lindsey Graham who think like that.
it's just not going to survive the Trump Republican Party.
Would you argue? Sorry, Marshall. Would you say like my interpretation is that is actually Trump's influence to not make that like an issue that they are fighting over, and to say like, oh, let's put it to the states. Because growing up, I felt like the Republicans, that was like one of the things, one of the staples that they would fight for. It seems like now they're like,
it's not just Trump doing this. It's actually a lot of main term Republicans that are actually kind of softening their stance. Like most people think, most people think like a conservative like me would be against abortion. I'm not pro-abortion. I'm not, but I don't like it. But that's a moral argument that has no place in legislative laws. It's not something like my morality should not extend to somebody else's. We should have a cohesive discussion on it and go forth from there, and then see if we need to make a law. And I think the pro-life people lost their fight because you could have done this in the communities a lot more effectively. You could have broadened it out. You could have sat there and said, hey, stop sleeping with, around, start paying attention. Look, you don't want to be a single mama. You don't want to sit there and have these kids with guys who aren't going to marry you or provide for you or not even be fathers. Like, forget being provided for as a wife. Just, like, look at who's going to provide for that kid. And then say, hey, this is where our morality is going. We're working in the street. They kind of softened up through the late 80s, the early aughts, and into the mid 2015. They kind of made another resurgence. And they lost that moral ground, while the pro-choicers were like, hey, we're going to throw abortion wagons in every community that we can find across the state. In fact, they got a minivan that's driving up to the DNC to do vasectomies and on-site abortions at a DNC convention, which is fucking mind-numbing, which is absurd. But at the same time, a lot of like conservatives like me are like, I don't need a federal law outlawing abortion, because I look at it as that's one step. What else are you going to mandate with my body, with other Americans' bodies? And that's what scares me, is when the government goes down that way. And we had just to give you reference, we had a Supreme Court that decided out of the thousands, and I mean literally thousands, of lobotomies that used to be a preferred treatment to give to women. Husbands could actually do this to women and lock them up in asylums back in like the 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s even. They could get away with this shit by saying their wife was crazy, blah, 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 and put her in there and then get a lobotomy. And the Supreme Court in the 1920s, I believe, Marshall, was it? 1910s? They said that was a perfectly good right to be able to do with somebody's body, and the government sanctioned it and even funded through subsidies a program and doctors to go around the state doing lobotomies on people. This is fucking absurd that the government could have put that much power in somebody's hand and say, this person needs a lobotomy and we're going to give it to them. I am terrified when the government says we get to determine anything to do with my body, and we all should be afraid.
Right, I'm looking at, I only found X articles about the vasectomy or abortion drug. Was that like a real thing, or is it just like someone doing putting posts on it?
No, I guess one of the Planned Parenthoods is going to drive up a mobile health clinic to go ahead and offer vasectomies and abortions on site at the DNC. It's absurd.
As well as other procedures, but those are the two that have been advertised. The other ones
on site from a trailer at the DNC.
Not a trailer.
Get your popcorn, get your cotton candy, get your vasectomy.
Like that's funny. Something like a mobile surgical unit that is in a, I'm blanking on words today. Not an ATV, RV. There we go. They turn a big RV into a minor surgical suite in the back, and that's kind of what they're doing, at least as far as I understand it anyway.
I really don't know if that's a really good troll or if it's like really not. If it's really going on, it's kind of like I can't find it out.
Good troll, bad optics. I wonder if those are two sides of the same coin sometimes.
Sometimes I would imagine they are, but I think there are genuinely.
I saw you. I was looking. I saw you.
Like genuinely a lot.
You should have been looking.
I was watching it.
Well, you gotta watch better. He wanted to be seen. Watch again.
Okay. we're having this discussion about the DNC. I don't know if you heard, but there's talk. I heard it in another room. That there is a Planned Parenthood mobile medical unit that will be parked at the Democratic convention. Is that true, or are we barking up the wrong tree and being too conspiratorial?
I don't know if it's true. I've seen it on right-wing media, but because it's on right-wing media doesn't mean it's true, right? Because right-wing media is
certainly
true.
I don't
Yeah, that's why, like, I'm looking at
either
it.
of the media is to be trusted that way.
I only saw like articles on X about it, so I don't know. That's why, like, and I don't like.
It's on like
really trust
the
that.
New York Post, which I mean, you'd be a fool to trust the New York Post as being a legitimate media source.
Oh, well, I mean, they've actually reported on things that were absolutely 100% accurate. Yes.
They have
Marshall, it's actually reported by the New York Times, so I mean, for the most part,
good.
you
Glad
know,
to
so
New York Times.
Glad it's been by an approved and sanctioned source.
If that wasn't a demonstration of partisanship with the media, masses, and legacy, crazy.
Also, the Supreme Court did not return abortion conversations to the states. They returned it to the political system, which means federal bans are allowed. It doesn't say that only the states are allowed to make laws. The federal government can 100% ban abortion at the federal level with the Supreme Court's decision.
Yeah, I think that's what Brad said.
What do you make of the fact that needs to be internally disputed in the Republican Party?
I think Republicans are lying about what the Supreme Court's ruling says.
No, but that's exactly what Brad just said. But then he gave the...
Yeah, he said there's no appetite for it.
Yeah, he said there's a reason why the Supreme Court would throw it out if the Democrats would try to do it legislatively in the federal.
No, Republicans want to ban it. For sure. That's the only way it makes any sense if you're pro-life.
Republicans are not like trying to ban abortion. They would lose 46 to 68% of their constituency, depending on the region of the country they're in. Even in places like Alabama or Texas, they would just lose massive amounts of their constituency on it. Particularly the female population, which polling after polling has shown that they are comfortable with abortion. Now, do they like, when you sit there and break it down further, do they like the idea of abortion being utilized as a birth control measure? No. Do they like the idea of abortion being allowed beyond 15 weeks? No, they are not necessarily comfortable with that outside of cases for the safety of the mother. But they do make carve-outs, and when you actually go through the polls, they're not looking to ban. They're looking to try to figure out how to measure it. And that's been discussion in Republican circles, particularly at leadership, saying, like, here's where our constituency lies, because the constituency itself is pretty loud and vocal within the Republican Party about where they stand on it, which is why you have people like Carrie Lake and other Republican people running for office retracting back their statements and running away from the abortion argument after they made their bold proclamations after the Dobbs vote.
And I think Marshall even said it's not in their, I forgot what he called it, the 2024 bullet point talking points, basically.
It's not in our platform.
You mean Project 2025?
Well, of course it's not in the platform. They're not going to put that shit in the platform. They know that like nothing they do is popular.
So not with the constituents, it's not with the platform, but you are convinced that that's what they're going to go for.
That's what Russell Boyd said. That's what Russell Boyd said they're going to do.
And the actual Republican Party platform. However, I do think that Thugga is right. There is a big group of people in the Republican Party. I know a lot of these folks who, if they got the power, would try to enact a national abortion ban. The question becomes, and this is where Thugga's like, I don't believe a word coming out of their mouth, right? Are they actually going to stick to the state ban, or are they going to do what Lindsey Graham did? Is basically the contention. So I think that's kind of important to note.
What percentage?
Depending on the region of the country, anywhere from like 45 to 70%. And you don't have it uniformly across. So like, they're even in Texas, Republicans for some sort of abortion, they don't want an abortion ban per se. Again, it comes down when you start going down the polling, like, what are you comfortable with? Which, oddly enough, most Democrat constituencies kind of cringe at, like, you know, having a minivan sit there and provide these services at a DNC convention, they're cringing on this. There's a whole lot of cringe when it comes down to the abortion discussion, but DNC shills will sit there and just say, oh, no. They're really planning this. This is behind the scenes, as if they had some secret insight into like the Republican Party, even though they had no fucking clue who actually runs the party, who's in the party, and who determines this stuff outside of the shit they get from Rachel Maddow.
I don't like her as a commentator, but she's actually a fairly decent author. She just rubs me the wrong way.
She didn't even write her own things. She had other people. No.
Oh, she had a ghostwriter do it?
Yeah, she had a ghostwriter assist her.
That is far more popular than you would think. You know, one of the other ways politicians up their book sales, they buy their own books.
Yeah, what do you think?
So it looks like
what do you think Donald Trump Jr. was doing? They market on the New York Times bestseller sellers list.
So that's
but I can see like an asterisk. That's what the.
So that's exactly where I got the example. I had a friend who have a friend who knows him fairly decently, and the family just purchased a bunch of his books to try out the popularity. I mean, you know, I guess good for them. They figured out how to use the system. But
No,
I also thought that was funny.
because they market. They can see. They can tell what you're doing. That's why there's an asterisk on the New York Times bestsellers list. They like let you know. They know what they're doing. They can.
That's a good thing. I didn't know there was a star that was involved in it.
Hey, was that a real thing about the Google glitch with the Kamala Harris campaigning underneath the titles of these news publications and so on and so forth? Was that a real thing?
It appears so. It also appears that they are utilizing AI to generate optics, and it appears that it is a true thing that they are trying to somehow change narratives on Kamala Harris in the media.
That doesn't sound like a equal playing field. It sounds like people that are being conditioned to believe that a certain reality is actually a reality that people perceive as being reality. Crazy.
What in the word salad was that?
You would have to be a cult member to actually believe that that's a real reality. That's the point that I'm making. It wasn't a word salad. You just have to understand the contextualized.
It was word salad because you unnecessarily added more words than necessary to convey a point. Can you just say what you're gonna say without trying to like spice it up?
You're just exposing your comprehension skills.
Possibly.
Right. So there's a difference. So real quick. So there's a difference between the 3-minute clip of Kamala Harris's word salads and what I just did. It's wordplay, like people that have.
All right, bro. You're right, man. You made a very cogent point.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
There's no way that you could have been more brief and more clear. You were the clearest and briefest in the history of clarity and brevity.
So it's very clear. It's very clear if you see the sorts of things the GOP is talking about. They want to have national bans. One instance is they want to interfere with the FDA's ability to approve mifepristone, and if you read Project 2025, the way they describe mifepristone is total bullshit. They say the FDA didn't properly review the drug. Not true. How do these people, they're not doctors, they say the drug's been on the market for like 30 years at this point. They say that the FDA didn't take into consideration that the drug, that fetuses don't live when given the drug, therefore it's not safe. It's like, yeah, dude, it's abortion pill. That's the whole point, right? The whole point is that the fetus is gone. All right, what are we talking about? Of course it's safe. The safety is in relation to the mother, not in relation to the embryo, where the fetus is on the state of pregnancy. Usually in the first 14 weeks, you want to use that means of abortion. So they want to interfere with the FDA to prevent that drug from being on the market. That's about 65-70% of abortions to date is chemical abortions. They also don't like the idea of abortion being legal for the first 14 because that would be 97% of abortions that happen being legal. And the pro-life movement definitely didn't do anything for only like 6% of abortions to be banned.
What does that have to do with our boy Trump? With our Agenda 47 boy Trump? What does that do with him?
The people who came up with Project 2025 are almost all of his staffers that went over to the Heritage Foundation. The foreword for a book written by one of the individuals who is the head of the Heritage Foundation was written by J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is deeply involved in these processes. Trump is damn near 80, the chance he'll be dead. So there's also a secret taping of the guy who I'm talking about. Is Robert Boyd or Russell Boyd is his name. Some lefties surreptitiously recorded him. He thought he was talking to donors. And he said, but he's not actually worried. He's not actually worried about Donald Trump being saying in public that he's against Project 2025. It's just optics for politics. And when they get in, they're going to be able to do what they want because Trump's going to allow them to do what they want and running the administrative state and clamping down on abortion. He also said
Sounds like a pretty vast narrative there.
He also said he.
The Project 25 doesn't have anything pertaining to the agenda.
Oh no, we don't see the video.
I can provide the.
No.
He also stated that he doesn't believe in exceptions for rape and incest.
Absolutely, but
so, I mean, there's no evidence that Trump believes in anything, right?
Absolutely,
So, and lots of states.
You're actually just giving theories and conspiracy theories.
Listen, was I interrupting you? I think you should look in.
I think you should just look at conspiracy theory.
A lot of these red states don't even have exemptions for rape and incest.
Yes, they actually do.
Idaho doesn't. That'd be the prime
That's
minister.
one state. So we're give me the multitude of states.
We can look it up. There's but that's the one that stands out in the head. Texas doesn't have them either. And Florida. Texas
Texas has them.
No, it doesn't. No, because
Come on, one at a time, man. One at a time, guys.
The way that the New York Times had a big write-up on this. Most of these states will not provide these exemptions to their SOPs. They're political.
Yes, they did. They do that.
The New York Times went in and went to the red states that have these quote-unquote exemptions. You have to get like boards to have them.
This is the
granted.
why
don't you go on mute and let me
Why don't
finish?
you just shut up? You
Get yourself.
One at a time. Let's go wrap it up.
Let Greg get himself a drink, I know he likes to do that, and I'll finish up.
Is that in between you taking Greg off the plate?
We know that, but one of us does this thing and one doesn't, Greg.
I know what you are, Colt.
Okay, just focus on the points. So they'll get finished.
We know that they don't give exemptions because when the New York Times went in to see how many of these exemptions were given in the state, it was like damn near zero were given for rape or incest, right? They're not giving the exemptions, even though we know that these things are happening. We know that even when they are granted these exemptions by the states like Texas, the Secretary of State will prosecute, even if it's clear that you have a fetus that will not live. The Secretary of State will prosecute you to prevent you from getting a quote-unquote legal abortion.
You might
So it's not
finish your dishes and then talk after you're done cooking.
Make sure you clean the
It wasn't
toilets.
Secretary of State, it was our Attorney General, Ken Paxton.
That's who it was. Yeah, that's who it was.
Ken Paxton, the giant, absolutely terrible, corrupt SOB. He's gotten in trouble nearly as many times as Menendez has in Congress. A Democratic senator, for those who don't know, who for a long time has been suspected of being crooked, taking bribes, things like that. And they caught him in the last year accepting a bunch of gold bars and Mercedes and something else from the Egyptians. And so, big deal there.
But yes, to contrary to Dipshit's point there, who just basically disappeared from the app because, Joe Biden got his ass handed to him, and now he's like trying to figure out how to simp for Kamala, like all these bottom bitches do. They basically, exemptions exist in all of the states, including Texas and the ones there. And when you say many states, many red states, no, you pointed one, and your whole bullshit, rambling, incoherent fucking points about everything about Republicans. You actually have no clue what you're talking about. You just come on here and spew fucking dipshit narratives that you make up in your head or whatever your fucking wife tells you she wants you to say, and then sits there and says, this is what I'm going to regurgitate. Go back to being the housemaid that we know you are, and that's probably the best position you'll ever achieve in life.
So I just want to clarify,
I really need to stop letting these alcoholics up on the stage. You know,
I want
those
to
families.
clarify
I would suggest that.
really briefly the house rules, even though we all know them, because I've said them so many times. No calling women bitches, unless you're a homosexual.
Oh wait, Doug is a woman now? Okay,
Or a
I'm
woman.
sorry.
I was just tell
Or a
Brad
woman.
not to do it. Just say, Brad,
Oh my
stop
gosh.
talking about his family.
This
What's
is-
so hard about that?
Wait a minute. There's no need to do that. This is what happens when your wife leaves you.
Really?
This is what happens.
Nope.
She fakes her death so she can be.
Okay, so the house rules
Yeah.
are calling women bitches unless you're a homosexual or a woman. No spouses. None. No spouses. No children. Ever. No. And no threats of violence, okay? And that goes to both parties. Now, after this, you have to make people aware of the rules, even if you assume that they know them, and then you go into a 3-star policy. But considering allegedly Concrete is some sort of leadership or management, I would think that he would know that you have to be sure that people are aware of the rules before implementing punishments. So, go
And
on.
I have a question for you when this is over.
I have a question for you. It seems
Wait,
like so my wife dies, but she faked her death to go through. I mean, I should just go on the fact
Okay,
that
so
Thugga,
no,
you know,
no, we're not going on
raped
that.
women in college.
We're not going on the fact, okay? You're 2 adult men, and you'll behave like them. You'll behave like people who are raised right. Okay, so the point of restating the rules was from this point forward, you can't pretend to not know them. You can't pretend to be transgressing in error. Now it is intentional. Fucking stop.
All right, so just real quick, I just put the link in the chat that shows Texas does have an exception.
Let's go through the list of total abortion bans. So I have it right now. We have Alabama, Arkansas, Idaho.
They all have exemptions. They all have
One
fucking
month.
exemptions.
A
They all
singular
have
month.
fucking
Okay,
exemptions.
write it down.
Can we let some let some new people get in real quick and come
No,
back?
you're not gonna go through because you're just lying and gagging that shit.
Can you say something intelligent, Brad?
Yeah, they all have fucking exemptions in the states he's listing off. They all.
Then, okay, if his point is so easily disproven, why is it so difficult for you to stay muted until he has completed his erroneous statement and then tell us all how stupid he is after he lands, okay? So
Because
let's
this
go through
fake
your
black
list.
man is
Thugga.
fucking nothing but a
Right.
piece of shit. I don't
Thugga
care. Like,
is
Holly,
going
they
to
keep
go
me out of the
through-
fucking room, Holly.
I don't
fucking
want
care.
to
This
do that,
guy-
Brad.
I got the black guy.
Put him in his place.
What the fuck?
He's
Stop
very
being
sensitive.
racist, Brad.
He's very sensitive.
No, so I want
Either
Thugga.
way, especially
Oh
from
my
a man
God.
who raped his wife and now sits there and brags he's a dad.
Brad,
Fucking college predator. You
that is a
fucking piece of shit.
disgusting
Go
allegation.
ahead. Go look up
Please stop.
Isaiah on the fucking.
I will not be
internet.
looking him up.
It'd be one thing if it was true, right? But it
So,
doesn't really
go
get-
through your list.
was just sworn in. Simon.
He wasn't. Shut up. Okay,
Hey, what's
so
up, man?
Thugga is going to go. That was not land. You are so shady, Smurl. Thugga, you're going to go through your list of states with. Actually, let's start with just one, and then allow
Yes,
Brad
that
and
makes
Monica to combat that.
Alabama has a total abortion thing. So does Idaho.
The risk of the mother's life.
Exemption exists in both of those states. Next. It's not a total abortion ban. Exemptions exist.
No,
Next.
they don't. Put the,
Yes, they
put the-
fucking
put the-
do.
put the-
Look up.
Okay, so in the instance that, if in the instance that we have a yes you can, no you can't debate, wouldn't it be in the best interest of everyone listening and participating to just source up, okay?
Yeah,
Just
seriously.
provide a source.
And that source ought to be legislative, mind you. Like, you're both smart enough to peruse the state website.
A total abortion ban is one where, under normal circumstances, you cannot get an abortion, right? So what they're claiming is exemptions is simply life of the mother. They're like, but a normal person doesn't have a risk of death for getting an abortion, right? Because most abortions are performed in the first 14 weeks where your life is not going to be at risk, right? So a total abortion ban is one where if you get pregnant, and in all normal cases, you can't get one. That's what a total abortion ban is.
So I think the contention here is that total is being
Not
misused.
Yes.
Right.
It's
So
a lie.
it's
All the time.
calling it a total abortion ban is kind of
It is a total
misleading.
It is a total.
It's a lie.
It's not total.
It has exemption. Literally looking at the law right now, the only thing that is not there is for but they have
total abortion. Hold on, it's a total ban on certain people.
It's a total ban on all normal situations.
That's not in totality. It's not in totality if it has exception. I don't understand why.
It doesn't
happen. Yes, it does. For the life or health of the mother, for the risk of pregnancy, you're 5 weeks pregnant. That's it. It has an exemption. It is literally codified in the law for the health of the mother or for any other medical complications. It's codified by the doctor. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You're fucking
I put the link in the chat.
Someone should have aborted.
I put a link in the chat.
Angel.
I put a link in the chat that shows even the reddest states where it's considered full ban. It tells you what those terms for full ban are, which is there is exceptions, right? Even the ones that say full ban, and it's after 6 weeks, obviously, because you don't go the first month and try to abort. A lot of people don't do that for whatever reason, because as a woman, I know that if you slept with someone, you could be getting pregnant if you did not take any contraceptions or did any precautions. So I don't know why women have to wait 24 months or 9 months or 10 months to do that anyways. But again, there's still, even the full ban states have exceptions and exemptions, and it's listed all in there.
If you get pregnant, you are not going to be, unless you're going to die in some states, and even in some states, not if you're going to die, right? Idaho is one where they don't even have that, right? So if you just get pregnant, you cannot get an abortion in Alabama. There's no place to get one. Full stop.
So there's a difference between Idaho and Alabama? Is that good?
There are exemptions at Idaho too. There's exemptions in Idaho too under the law. The law that was just passed. He is so fucking out there. Like, again, this is what DNC fucking cuckold shills do.
How do you justify lying to people, Isaiah?
There's
Like you're
no lie.
misrepresenting
It's a total ban.
legislation.
It's a total ban.
It's not a total ban.
It can't be total if it doesn't apply to every single
Like,
person in the state.
you understand if you said near total ban,
It's in the
which
chat.
is fighting
It's a
you.
total ban.
It's not a total ban.
It is a total ban.
It's not.
If you are
Total
pregnant.
means
His link is
complete.
paid for by pro-choice advocacy
Do you understand how words work? Words mean things. Total means complete.
Bro.
It's not a complete
Are
abortion
you
ban.
serious, bro?
He's such a turd.
Is it like propaganda? What is this?
I'm really surprised that, Isaiah himself doesn't go and, just have a point. No,
We don't want to violate it anymore.
You can't be.
Hi.
That's crazy.
Miss CP, your mic is a little low, but yes, go.
I was wondering, can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now?
It's a little better.
I was asking, what was the question, guys? I just wanted to participate if I could.
Holy shit.
I just got back a couple
Second
minutes, so someone else can do a reset.
Thugger made a claim that all red states have total
It does not make a claim that all red states have total abortion. So
All right. Well, he said at least two. Well, he named three. He said Texas, Alabama, and Idaho.
Which has exemptions
No,
and exclusions. Yes, they do, dipshit. It's literally listed in the law.
So the claim is that red states have abortion exceptions, even though they're totally.
Yes, they have abortion
Yeah, how can it be total if there's exceptions?
if you don't provide.
Well,
it's total.
I've actually got this.
Oh,
We
okay.
passed that. We passed a law with exceptions for rape or incest or life of the mother. We had this woman filed to get an abortion in Texas, and she was, whatchamacallit, she met all of the categories of Texas law for doing that. Our Attorney General, who was party to writing the law, then took her to court and said, hey, you meet all the medical conditions, but we're not going to let you do this. Now, anybody interested in that ruling, you just back channel me and I'll send it right to you. My point here being, yes, the law does have exceptions until the Attorney General decides to not make any, which is what PACS has done. Now, that's not an entire GOP top-down.
But that's not the law either. Paxton got called out for that.
And did that happen with every single case?
There's only been one case up to that long.
So the thing is, you can't just get them. Like, they have a chokehold on this. You have to go in front of a board, right? So you have to.
Incorrect.
If you aren't seen by the state,
Incorrect.
you can't get
It's
an
over
abortion.
the medical doctor.
So no, it's not.
And the
The
board
doctors
needs
have
to
to get
provide guidance for medical doctors to determine what falls in line under the statutes of the law. That's how that board works, you fucking liar.
Except Paxton to sue any doctor that provided an abortion, right? So no, in fact, you do need to go in front of the government.
And he got slapped.
After you.
And he got slapped. Yes,
he in office.
he got reelected.
He's still in office. He's still in office.
He got reelected, just like Kamala did.
So he didn't get slapped.
She fucking, he got slapped. He got slapped.
He elected in spite of the charges of corruption. For those who are unaware, Campac is now 10 years in to its Securities and Exchange Commission case of fraud. And for some reason, his lawyers have been able to keep bumping it so he never has to face the music. He was impeached by the Texas House. Some of the things in the impeachment articles didn't make much sense, to be honest. So when it reached the ultra-conservative Texas Senate controlled by Dan Patrick, it had no chance of passage. My personal bet, Ken Paxton is the Attorney General, but I think Paxton is a corrupt SOB. He's been able to escape the law for nearly a decade for something. If you and I ever did, people in this room, we would not get 10 years pushing it unless we had a lawyer we could hire, $500,000 an hour, right? So I love Texas. I really don't like Dan Patrick. I really don't like Ken Paxton. In my personal estimation, the man is corrupt and devoid of character.
Tally brought a
The
story
big
about
thing is
Texas. No, I'm gonna go. Tally brought a story first about Texas hospitals denying medical treatment to women suffering ectopic pregnancies and miscarriages. That's wrong, and we should all advocate that Texas straighten up. Put an article in the chat from 2022 that said they should receive medical care. So the hospitals in Texas that are not following the law should be roundly investigated and censured.
So hospitals have large armies of lawyers, and the lawyers are pretty clearly reading the law and understand that doctors are at risk here, right? So their aim is to protect the doctors.
In particular, in Texas, we have some of the best hospitals in the nation. MD Anderson for cancer, Texas Children's, Bristol's, Shriners.
Yeah.
Houston
Medical Center.
The medical center is like one of the bright spots in the United States for both medical research and practice. It is, to tell you the truth, fucking amazing. So I only know this. I had an autoimmune disease.
There's an open
And
mic
I
you
had
can't hear,
treated by some doctor. I got treated for a blood disease when I was in junior in high school. And so where I live, if it's really, really bad, you have to go to Texas Children's in San Antonio. And I was 17 at the time. Luckily, we had a Baylor medical guy and a dude who graduated from Southwest. His name was Bernini, which I always thought was kind of funny. But those bright spots in Texas, that's where I got treated. If I hadn't gotten treated at Danny Cook Cancer Center, I'd had to go live in San Antonio for a year, right? We have, hands down, some of the very best hospitals in the entire country.
Marshall? Like, what's going on? Why are there articles coming out that Texas is
Because the
refusing
lawyers
medical?
understand that they're going to get in trouble, so they want to make sure
I
there's
think
no
Thugger
way that the doctors are in trouble.
I think Thugger explained it very well. They don't necessarily want to do that. So I say this, there's a TV show called Scrubs. It is, by doctors, the most accurate way a television has ever portrayed the medical profession. And so some of the time, what happens, in particular in hospitals with less money, is it's a turnout. It's a turnout. You go in, you get treated, they turn you out, they don't keep you. And they deal with a lot of more low-income folks who simply don't have the money to pay for that stuff. So the effort in the hospital is always to get the non-insurance paying patients out of the way. That happens in hospitals all across the United States. But
there's a big fear in terms of when a pregnancy is going wrong, right? Because these are all statistical questions, right? How likely are you to die or be injured due to this pregnancy? If you're 20%, there's a 20% likelihood that you're going to die due to this pregnancy, and you give that woman an abortion. Is the Texas law going to say that that's not enough and say that you performed an illegal abortion? It's a 5% chance that the doctor determines 35% that you'll die.
Marshall, is there exceptions in Texas, yes or no?
Are you likely to be prosecuted?
Yes or no? Come on,
So
everybody get a joke. It's not cool, man.
So what the hospitals want to do is they want to make it so they wait until you are pretty far gone. So then there's like no question, but that increases your chance of dying, right?
All right, cool. Sounds good.
As opposed to performing these at a normal time. And it increases the.
So there are exceptions, they're just not being enforced like our border?
We've seen increased rates of death of mothers in the United States.
All right, thank you very much. But there.
For you in the chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, Marshall, is there exceptions in Texas?
I said there were exceptions, but I also
all right, thank you. Just everybody get a trophy for this fucking corny, bro.
Which essentially meant there were not any.
Sounds good. Just like how just like our border right now, right? We got laws on the books, and just somebody's not enforcing it like that.
No, that's not how I understand that. But okay.
The banning of the attempted banning of methylprednisolone, but also in the drug approval.
There was a claim that these states have a total abortion ban.
Yes, which is
that was false.
Especially if you have the Attorney General.
Sounds good. Right? Alabama?
No, the problem was the Attorney General was party.
Doesn't matter. He named 3 states: Idaho, Alabama, and Texas.
Part of writing the law, which guaranteed.
Yeah, you guys like to talk just to talk.
When the exceptions
Idaho,
came up,
Texas.
he then went out of his way to make them illegal.
Sounds good.
Despite the fact
you need to be able to focus when somebody's trying to deflect the attention somewhere else, not actually addressing the bottom line question. Alabama, hold on.
if you have an
Alabama,
exception in the
Idaho,
federal suit
Texas.
every time somebody tries to
You
use the
agree that there's exceptions
not a
to
fucking
Texas? Can
exception.
we move on to
Like
Alabama?
having hot licenses. There are only three because the hot license is $499,999.99.
These are not total.
What's important about
Because when I hear the word total, what I hear is everybody.
What's important is that we tell the truth. What's important about these
So I know you like to be liked, but we have to be objective.
Private actually as a near total abortion ban and not a total abortion ban.
Everybody all right?
So you don't get your dick in a pinch, Isaiah. And for anyone telling you
Who's Isaiah?
This is high school.
calling him Isaiah, his name in Isaiah is in his profile. I'm not doxing.
Well, Michael, Mom.
Telling the truth. And Isaiah is known for not telling the truth.
What's important about these states is that most of them, almost all of them, don't have any exemptions specifically for fetal abnormality too. And that's the real thing that people are worried about.
Leonard Cook. Yo, fuck up, you're out.
There's no seasoning on this cookie. To survive outside of the womb, or has a situation where they're about to have a baby which has severe, is likely to be born with severe mental handicap, like really severe physical handicap. Republicans will never force you to have that baby. They want to force you to have the right baby for your uncle, have the right baby, and have to be mentally handicapped. And once that baby exists,
So what he's saying is there are exceptions, they're just not as broad as he wants them.
totally left on your own. To raise a just great baby.
Right, he wants it to be for more people.
Down the value of chillism and white belts daily.
Yeah, the first thing we want to do is come to an understanding, a common understanding of what words mean. So when somebody says total, I interpret that as being everybody. If you're saying that there are exceptions, but they're just not as broad as you want them, that's a different exception.
Don't let these brain dead people stop you from
being broader. The young woman.
Well, he's pointing out all the instances of where they're not being covered on the total ban.
She claimed within what the
Yeah,
law
you keep on talking about one
had a
situation.
doctor and a
Okay,
judge.
can we do one mic or wrap it up so I can start it by
Yeah, can I go first? Can I go first?
I'll go after Simona.
Okay.
Yeah, so just real quick. I thought the point of contention was somebody making a claim that these three states, Texas, Idaho, and Alabama, had a total abortion ban. To me, that means it doesn't exist there. You can't get it no matter what it is. When somebody says, wait, there's exceptions, that means that there's a small population of people that are within the state that are eligible for this procedure. When people start pointing out, hey, well, you know what, it is on the actual ballot, or it is an actual law, but there are certain people within the levers of government that are not enforcing it to the letter of the law. And then another discussion is being had now with this guy named Thugger. He's saying that it needs to be more expansive, that these types of women aren't even included in the exception, and these and these and these and these and these other ones are not all included in the exception. So you can concede that there's an exception and have an argument that it's not enough. That's cool. But you can't say total unless we're all using different definitions.
It's a total ban.
Yeah, I understand.
Hold on a second. Do you mean
Go ahead,
de
Monica.
facto or de jure? Because what I'm talking about is de jure. The way the law was written is to allow for the exception.
This is the problem.
That is
Is the situation in which a normal person getting pregnant can't have an abortion at any point in their gestation? That's a total ban. Total ban.
Well, I believe Monica.
Okay, explain the difference between de facto and de jure.
Monica, listen, you gotta stop. Stop.
Oh yeah, de facto is the difference between de facto and de jure. So
Miss
you
Monica
understand the
Sharon
distinction.
Concrete.
Because I
Can you
think
be respectful, Concrete?
y'all not be like this. Cause this is
Can you be respectful?
You're making it
I'm
worse.
trying to have a conversation now. Y'all are.
Okay, but it's Monica's turn though.
Thank you. because multiple people were speaking
Some
at
people
once.
don't know what the
Someone
fact
said,
of the juror
"Can I-"
is, and they might
Okay, what mic on you, Monica?
Okay, well those people have Google.
Wow, you're a child.
Yeah.
It's just what
So
Christians
someone
talking
asked,
about, black brother.
and
Where I heard
then
people
Monica
I get it.
asked me to speak next. And then I guess we could pass the mic to big old mean bully concrete, King Pigris himself, after that.
So I understood, Marshall, that hospitals
Fart sounds.
rate for quality of care, and that if a patient is discharged too quickly or dies after being released from the hospital, that the hospital actually gets dinged on their report card, their grade. Do you have any information on that? So the post I sent you in the chat talks about women not being treated well for their current miscarriages and ectopic pregnancies. So I'm trying to square that circle. What's going on? Why are women not being treated to the health care that they, adequate health care?
We've always had a heart providing folks who don't have much money without a lot of it. In fact, the first political campaign I ever worked had to do with the hospital district. And the hospital district was for rural and such a really poor folk. And the problem was that the leaders of the bill lied about the hospital and how much it cost. But it's something that is direly needed. Any Texas hospital that I'm aware of, if you are in distress, they have to treat you. Right? If you are going septic or your water broke or something like that, they're required by law if you walk in the emergency room to actually treat you. They don't have to keep you in a hospital bed for 2 weeks, which oftentimes means people get treated for emergency issues. In fact, I know a dude who's got a bone disease, and he had to have the front part of his left foot cut off, back from the balls of your feet. And he was discharged from the hospital the day after the surgery and spent $160 to get this heavy duty antibiotic he needed, and then ran out of money. Now, I've done that for years. And so, of course, I gave him some cash to meet with medical needs.
20%, bro.
Yes, ma'am, I can do that. Thank you. So I'm not.
I'll never bother you, bro.
No, please.
No, I appreciate it. If I go down a rabbit hole,
You're good, Marshall. You're good, bro. We like your contribution.
Can you sum it
Go
up
ahead,
for me
Marshall.
too, Marshall? Thanks.
Yeah.
So, basically, as I understand it, they do have access, but because it costs money, they don't necessarily take care of people in that way. Now, as far as receiving abortions or being turned away, that probably either has to do with the direct text of the law or the impression that even if you follow the law, the state will come after you, which is what happened in that young woman's case. Right? Now, we ended up having a Texas Supreme Court who's no, you can't do that. But that was only because the Attorney General objected to a law he helped write. And so, it was that issue. But if in general you're talking about people not having much money being turned away from hospitals, that happens more often than you would think in my state.
That's illegal.
I'm not saying it's not illegal. I mean, we just, as a state, we don't spend the money to do that. We should. It's like winterizing our power grid so we don't have another blackout. In the middle of winter where it's cold and people die. But the Texas government can be fairly intransigent about some things like that. Not something I'm a fan of. You actually need to help and fix stuff. And they don't necessarily do that. So, for all the rambling I did, I hope I added something. Thank you.
Marshall, you are a key contributor. You are an A-list celebrity in this room. Never let anybody try to tell you otherwise. We appreciate your submission, and we thank you. Yeah.
Hold on.
You know who we don't appreciate?
I like you well enough to tell
She can't tie your shoes, Marshall.
I don't know.
This is Monica's truth and Monica's truth only. She can never speak for anybody.
Exactly. Thank you, Florida. Your truth, not our truth.
I find her objections to be actually endearing. Okay, I know she's not doing it out of a place to like screw me, right? So
You don't know Monica. You don't know Monica.
I know Monica for 3 years. She and I had
Doesn't mean you know her.
Well, that's fair, but you know the woman I know, she tell me to like tone down the time. Right? I got another person who tells me to do that, Kelly. It's like partial, less is more, right? Because I talk too much. So like I don't mind that. I don't find it insulting at all.
Marshall,
the idea that you don't have the bandwidth to appreciate your experience on air, Marshall, is insulting. It is insulting.
Marshall, the point that you were at,
talking about concrete, Monica.
Marshall, the point that you were
at. It's insulting that Marshall doesn't know what he knows, Monica.
Marshall, the point that you were at, Marshall, the point that you were at when she interjected to say 20 or whatever the fuck she said, you were not long-winded. It might have seemed that you were going down a rabbit hole, but it was still interesting, right? Because anecdotes are things that are used to help bring concepts home for other people, right? So it wasn't that, you weren't bad at all, and nobody's gaslighting you, and she's just a piece of shit.
Appreciate the environment, still like Monica.
You can like her, but she's still a piece of shit.
Marshall, do you give me advice, and do I listen and appreciate your advice too?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Oh, ain't that cute darn thing since you've seen a fucking pigeon flying out of
Florida, take your dad's advice.
That's a hypocritical statement.
Nope.
We've known Monica longer than you guys have. Okay.
Doesn't mean it's your soul. Don, are you trying to say that Monica isn't an evil troll that destroys all beautiful things? Look at how she tries to destroy Dugga, and Dugga is offering great points, and she has no articulate responses other than to be a troll.
Can I call for a total ban of asphalt?
You know what we're not going to ban right now? What we're not going to stop you from doing is PTRing this picture my friend just sent to me of me as a teenager in Little Shop of Horrors, because, you know, that's necessary for all little theater kids.
Hey, Concrete, happy Sunday.
Oh, Cece, how you doing? Happy Sunday to you as well, God.
Concrete, you're terrible.
Hey, what did you say, Don?
When Kamala's sworn in as president, what do you think is likely to happen? Do you
Absolutely
think
not.
Jason says
Terrible actor.
offering, or are you guys going to stay home this time?
I think the economy will suffer, and she will go back to the same policies and ideas that she has been espousing for years. She'll push for single-payer Medicare for all. She will ban fracking. She will ban drilling in Anwar. She will destroy a lot of our oil development and energy pursuits, and some far left, radical plan to pursue this not ready for prime time green energy. She will spend like there's no tomorrow. She will, basically just fuck things up as she's been doing for the past few years. That's what'll happen.
Move to Canada then.
I, for one, hope that there's another approach.
I mean, she's taken on some of Trump's policies, no tax on tips. She says now that she doesn't want to ban fracking. She says she doesn't want Medicare for all, but we know she's lying. We know that
she tried to copy Trump's thing, but she says she's going to go after bonuses because, quote, This is the left. We don't want the fat cats on Wall Street to get bonuses. And end quote. And in their surprise negligence, they forget that the majority of Americans who actually work like union jobs, trade jobs, corporate jobs, a lot of people actually get bonuses. They get relocation bonuses. They get profit sharing bonuses. They get a whole bunch of bonuses throughout the year. She wants to tax the hell out of that. The left does. So her plan actually is, yeah, we're not going to tax tips, but we're going to go after those bonuses. So the guy who's making, the poor South making $30,000 a year may get a $5,000 bonus at the end of the year for doing his job, putting his sweat labor in, and that $5,000 may come around perfect for Christmas, making sure he can get through, pay some bills, get some debt down, maybe put away enough money for a vacation. But they want to increase that to take more of that money. So that guy who's earning that, working towards that, building his net worth up, they want to fucking tax the shit out of that. And they don't tell you that in the fine print, but that's their caveat. That's what they are actually planning to do.
I never got think about the private controls bullshit that she's coming up with. She's accusing grocery stores of 1 to 2%, profit margin. She's accusing grocery stores of all sizes of price gouging. So she's going to develop a policy or an agency, or maybe she's involved, chasing down these grocery stores of all sizes, accusing them of price gouging, and then intruding in the free market economy even more, which is going to make things even worse.
It's even worse, Brian, because this policy, oddly enough, go look at her 1978, her father in Jamaica fucking wrote this policy, actually got this policy passed through Jamaica, which caused a depression in Jamaica. They ran, guess what, out of food. They ran through food problems all the way through. They ended up with a massive black market, which included a lot of fucking heinous shit, and it went through. This is a cut and copy playbook right from her dad. And the idea that somehow you're going to target grocery stores as the end-all be-all that's going to fix the fucking problems of inflation that were oddly caused under her administration while she was basically, I guess, giving out free head to Joe Biden on a daily basis. And then all of a sudden turn around and say, we're going to do this. When in fact, because of the regulations she imposed on the oil industry, and the gas industry, and the petroleum industry, and all of that shit, despite handing out leases for
more oil and gas.
And so again, increasing those fees, those regulatory concerns that the oil companies now have to jump through and do, which caused the increase. This is the number one driver of the cost of food prices. You have to transport it. You have to go through this. This is also going to impact the agricultural community, which is going to sit down there and say, hey, it is no longer profitable for us to do X, Y, and Z, and we're going to just kind of go through. Once you set the price, that's it. There's no competition.
Where are they going through?
They're going to go through that. Again, like, you know what? It's amazing that this piece of shit wants respect when he's speaking and pontificating, but whenever anybody else does that goes against his fucking cum-stained fucking narrative, this fucking wannabe. This is why crackheads shouldn't be allowed around children. But again, the idea that this policy would come through and actually benefit or stabilize won't even do it. What it will do is cause fucking your actual true food deserts. This policy is stupid, which is why economists both left and right are saying this is an asinine policy, despite the fucking tongue-tied, tongue-licking fucking granny that exists down there named fucking Thugga, also known as Isaiah.
You gotta go through it, Brad. You're getting through it, going under it, through it, over it. You gotta get through this. But anyway,
maybe you should go back to college and start being that predator that we all know you are.
What are we doing? Are you going to get some of that jerk chicken and dosas at the inauguration, or is it best?
Like CNN said it was a bad idea. They're even
I, for one, hope that there's another protest.
I hope they burn down Thugga's house.
You think they'll have the balls to go back?
I mean, MSNBC
the Supreme Court basically just like validated them and made sure that they don't get charged with the most serious punishments. So yeah, I think they will. They'll be able to.
I don't think. I mean, you can like protest, but if they tried like that shit again,
But the Supreme Court just shot down any sort of like treason or trespassing or insurrection laws on them, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't address anything.
What I'm saying is that there's going to be orders to shoot to kill. That's what I'm saying. If they try that shit again, there won't be a case because you won't make it to the case.
They had orders to shoot to kill anyway, you dipshit. You don't even know how our fucking government works.
I have no idea. I have no idea what
they literally shot a girl on this set. They had Secret Service has orders to shoot.
I would sure hope that there's no shoot to kill orders. Otherwise, it would only justify them even more so in their right to do what they're doing.
Listen, Florida. Let me just say this.
People didn't agree with the like if you break into a building, you can get shot, right?
Let me just say this.
Stand your ground.
Yeah, let me say this. So, I was watching this Guy Ritchie movie. It's called The Covenant. If you have Amazon Prime, which you should all have, all praise Jeff Bezos. It's a very good movie. And there's a scene in the movie, it's not a spoiler, there's a scene in the movie where there is an attack helicopter. There's an attack helicopter that is killing some, enemy combatants. And you hear this sound that goes, brr, brr. It is just them getting lit up. Brr, brr.
That's what it's
those people. If those people think that they're gonna try that shit again, it's gonna sound like brr, brr, and that's gonna be it. That'll be the last thing they ever hear.
So 4 weeks ago, pro-Palestinian fuckers stormed their way into the Capitol building, occupied areas, even off limits to them, marched their asses right through, protesting all the way. And guess what? They didn't go brr, brr, brr from fucking 60 cows. They didn't do that shit. So, at the end of the day, they're not going to fucking do this. And as far as orders to shoot to kill, they actually do have them. They have it to actually go through. The question,
go ahead.
The question that being is going through, I really do. I hope they burn Boston to the fucking ground for pieces of shit like you. But at the end, I'd be okay with returning you to whatever fucking shithole you came from. But at the end of the day, they basically would not go ahead and handle it that way. Because there's actually, if you've been paying attention, there's been intrusions into the Capitol already.
Ashley
One mic, guys, come on.
That is I can't wait till they air you out. I can't wait till you get their fucking head. No matter what side of the argument you're on, we have to admit, hearing that sound from an attack helicopter is musical, soothing, so on and so forth, right? We all agree.
This is not about the sound of front machine.
It is the sound of freedom. Brian is correct.
Oh, there was a movie called that, right, Brian?
So the next time that a black man's gunned down in the street and just shot, I don't want to hear anybody on the stage going, hey,
y'all try it. Kamala Harris is gonna be playing Run Up, Get Done Up, and y'all gonna get done up.
Hold on. You're doing the Willie Brown version, right? You're doing the Willie Brown.
Wait, she locked up 1,000 plus black men and put them in jail.
Grade in Little Shop of Horrors. I did not have a prominent role. I was a terrible actress. But basically, if you audition, you got a role, and that's why I am pictured. Thank you.
Well, you look good. But what about, so that was the Willie Brown version?
Didn't she lock up all these black men and refuse to overturn their death row? You guys,
Andre can't wait
till it's locked up.
Falsely Gavin lived there, and they still haven't lived up to it.
Yeah, you can see Andrew Jacobs' his testimony on it.
Nicola,
50 years. Yeah.
Share that tweet you posted. That's amazing. I think everybody should know how popular giving illegal immigrants. No, it's great. I love that Gretchen Whitmer.
I'll tell you one thing I'll never do. I'll never run up in no federal building or anything like that.
Why are you interrupting?
They not playing out here with you.
Manners. I can't tell you how reassuring it is that the Democratic leadership has its pulse on the nation. How good policy, what good policy this is. Can you share some more of it, Simone?
Well, it's just pretty clear. Like we can see the marching orders from Whitner and Tim Walz and the Democratic platform. They believe, right? Like with all honesty, they believe that this is popular with the majority of Americans in America. And it's crazy that you're giving illegal immigrants driver's license, you're giving them free medical care, you're giving them all these privileges that were at once time, it was for American citizens only. So there's this big old firewall that they're putting up saying that it's illegal for Americans or illegal immigrants to vote in our elections, to be actively moving through taking away the resources from Americans and the privileges of Americans, and they're saying it out loud is what I'm saying. And I put the link in the
Just
chat.
imagine Nancy Pelosi on the back of the Humvee.
Wait, I thought you hate immigrants. You love illegals then? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Just click on the link. I mean, they're saying this is so popular for the world, but
Like we
a
can
lot of people are.
amplify this. I hope everybody goes and retweets, reposts Samoa's post, because people need to understand that our leaders know what's best for us. They are at our kitchen table. They are helping us pay our bills. They are helping us fund tuition, college tuition for our children. They are living
Y'all children
our
can't
lives.
even get into college. What's the problem?
They're we are down.
Only because you're trying to take away legacy admissions, you piece of shit.
Don't mind Thugger. He hasn't finished the evolutionary step from
having to work to get into school. Fuck you and you're taking away legacy admissions.
Listening to you cats talk about immigration, it's beyond hilarious. There's got to be a new word for it. First of all, I don't hear none of y'all proposing mass arrest of the people hiring them. And y'all not going to propose it. After I get through talking, and one of y'all going to say, I want the candidate. They're not coming over here to be unemployed, so arrest the people employing them. Why don't y'all want to do that? Y'all as non-serious as the people y'all talking about. Where's the march to say arrest the Americans who hire them? Y'all fake. All this crying. All of y'all on this stage who claim y'all against immigration, you're phony. Because you don't want to arrest the people hiring them. You're fake. When you say hire the people, arrest them, I believe you.
Why would you? Why would you
Just arrest them?
arresting Americans that
For hiring them.
Oh my God.
Okay, all right.
You want them in illegally to begin with.
Y'all not serious.
You want them on
I want you to arrest the people hiring them. They'll stop talking. Y'all
I
not.
thought so.
How about this, brother? Let's propose a law, right? We'll prosecute all employers. We'll prosecute all employers who openly employ illegals, but then we'll deport the rest of them. We'll deport all illegals. Is that cool? Would you be in favor with that?
I can agree with that. After you arrest them.
Actually, I think that's reasonable.
Okay,
we have to arrest them first.
Put them in a jail cell. They don't go to jail cell. Lying pump show, you can get arrested and go back. I can get arrested and get arrested. That don't count.
Okay.
You gotta
All
go
right,
to jail.
so what you would at least you would be in favor of deporting them.
Yeah, put the other people hired in prison. Yep.
Okay, so it has to.
But y'all don't want to see them get arrested. Y'all fake.
Wait,
arrest them?
I'm one of the people who think that people who openly employ illegals for the advantage of not paying them as much should be prosecuted. I think that should be. So if that's something you're willing to compromise on, I think we should do that as a nation.
Most rank and file Republicans are supportive of E-Verify. What happens is the politicians and the folks in and the appointed positions to enforce it don't enforce it. But most of the people are supportive of E-Verify.
No, ain't too much people towards the stage. I ain't getting up to it. Why don't you, on the stage crying, because that's all y'all doing, why don't y'all call for their arrest as a part of a policy? Y'all so interested in new policies. You're fake. I ain't about the E-Verify. I ain't about the government.
Nobody's calling for amnesty of these people if they get caught. Nobody's calling for amnesty of people who employ these illegals. Nobody's coming to the defense of these people who are employing illegals. I'm sure it's not. But you are definitely coming to the defense of illegals.
So the people coming to the country to be unemployed.
No, they come to the country for a variety of things. They come to the country for the benefits of it. They come to the country because they know they're not going to be deported anyway. Many of these people are definitely not employed, but they don't give a fuck. They're coming here. This fucking Venezuelan gang member.
Libtards exist. The dumb libtards will make it happen for them. That's why they come to
Y'all not serious. Matter of fact, y'all ought to get a T-shirt that says "We the Not Serious Club." We the complainers
No,
club.
we're very serious. First, you need to cross the border, then you need to
All they're doing is just complaining about Republicans, but you don't fucking propose an idea. Your whole
I'm proposing an idea, Brad. Arrest the people.
We have Tyson went. Tyson paid fines.
I need to arrest them quick.
Cold Stone Foods. Hold on, Monica. Cold Stone Foods. Fucking fine. Tyson fine. Purdue fine. Dole fine. And I believe 2 people arrested. So what more do you want? The laws are working.
I didn't say fine. You said fine. Let me repeat the word arrest. I never brought up money.
Okay, put the law out there, dipshit.
All you're doing is taking the money from the...
Who am I going to arrest?
Jail. I want in jail.
Who am I going to arrest?
The person
Should I start
I'm going to tell you. Thank you, Brad, for that question.
Am I going to start with the school? Should I arrest every teacher, every worker?
Oh, no, teachers don't hire. No, you only arrest the people who hire.
Wait, no. If I arrest everybody in an organization in your school that hires an illegal janitor to scrub toilets, so should I take your ass and
you
throw you
should
in a
arrest
penitentiary?
the person who hired them. Stop acting ignorant.
They get fined, they get fired, and they do go to jail.
I'm going to arrest a co-janitor because he hired them. No. Who hired them and who's paying them? Take that person to jail.
We will do that too. Once we close the
Yeah,
border and fire the actual person who lets them in,
let me ask y'all a question about the border that y'all crying
and
about.
once you get on our side to arrest the person that lets them in to begin with, then we're gonna arrest people that gave them jobs.
Well, let me ask you this question about y'all most powerful country on earth, that fantasy that y'all all have. So you got the most powerful country on earth.
Of freedom that all this.
Well, then why? Okay, hold on. You got the most powerful country on earth. Why can't you stop your border, Mr.
Because
Powerful?
of people like you. Because of people like you, Malcolm.
Oh, I'm not on the border. See how the excuse making?
People
You
like
can't
you
stop me because I'm sitting here in Ohio.
People like you who are
Where's the
globalists. People like you who believe in open borders and think
it don't matter what I believe. It don't matter what I believe.
But you
Why don't
vote.
the people
You
stop them?
vote as an American. You have the privilege to vote.
No, Lion Trump had
I don't know if I'm watching Fox News or CNN, but this is exactly what this feels like.
What we'll do is we'll put gun terms on
Y'all just like to
over
cry.
50 cals, and I'm gonna make you mount one of those. I'll run
I don't
the
mind that.
president,
Whatever you say,
and you
be
can
more
shoot
focused.
whoever, anybody comes near the border, you can
Oh no,
obliterate.
you don't never want me to start shooting. Because you know where those bullets are going down.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Never let me start
But
shooting.
guns,
It ain't gonna be somebody's name I can't pronounce. It ain't gonna be somebody who, well, you know where they from. If I ever start shooting, Brad, you forget everything you dreamed of. It won't be a stranger. Stop that nonsense.
But you don't have guns, Malcolm.
I'm not interested in guns. I was using Brad's
Good.
silly
How are you
analogy.
gonna shoot it?
I was using Brad's silly analogy. He's just making stuff up. Y'all have had 12 years of Republicans and 12 years of Democrats. It just so happened, this is the 24th year of the century. There's been 12 and 12. So I want to focus on the 12 years of the ones y'all believe in. Why haven't they stopped it? I stole the presidency. Bush had 8, and Lion Trump had 4. Nothing stopped. The whole thing is on. But y'all keep buying the yoke, though.
They don't want to accept the truth that their side benefits from keeping illegals here.
Of course there's benefits from keeping them, and that's my whole damn point, is that both parties, don't include Lion Trump, don't care 5 pennies about no immigrants, and they're all in cahoots.
Bro,
they ain't gonna shut that border.
Not seeing the amount of backlash when he got backlash from liberals who said he was abusing their rights. He literally got children. He had to put on children. Can I go?
That he would turn the rifles on someone.
No, don't bait him, Monica.
Oh, I know what Monica want to hear me say. Monica want to hear me say, are you going to shoot the white Americans now? That's what Monica want to hear me say. Monica want to hear me say, I'm going to shoot the white Americans.
You said it. What did you say?
Theoretically, illegals are outside the law, right?
Baby. You never give me a gun to shoot. I won't be shooting strangers.
So which way
Don't fall for the red line, but it's the banana in the tail.
curious
name I
what
can't
the
even
awards
pronounce.
do and how it's going to get done. Are y'all going to be singing Negro spirituals out there while you harvest the
They're
grapes
just
for us?
talking. They don't care. It's just a talking
Wait
point.
a minute. Isn't your father-in-law a white person and your wife a white person and your children have
Yes,
white?
and they're not going to be picking
Okay,
fruit.
oh,
They don't
well,
have a problem with you.
Don't mention family in here.
That's right. There's just only so few rules, and those rules happen to be no calling women bitches unless you're a homosexual or a woman. No spouses, no children, and no threats of violence. That's all. Thank you.
Angel is
Glad you didn't say and tell us the truth.
family.
Shut the room down. Glad you didn't.
Well, if I say we should throw Malcolm and Thugger into the vegetable fields and have them pick, is that threats of
I
violence?
don't mind picking some vegetables. I'm picking them now on the stage. I'm picking vegetables right now on stage while you're talking.
Oh,
Oh,
Mike's
kind of vegetables on the
here.
stage.
Hey, Mike.
Can you imagine Brad being sober for a morning picking vegetables? I can't.
I can't imagine you not trying to rape a woman.
That's why these
Alright,
are there, because peasants don't want to do that work.
I think it's fair play, right, Holly? Like, I mean, you know, you
He
got
said rape
Isaiah
a woman?
Davis.
Is that what how we joking now?
Yeah, but it's in poor taste. It's gross.
But it's in
Come
poor
on.
taste. Rape a
I
woman.
know you got lots of insults to berate him with. Like, can we?
Just show a picture of Lion Trump. That's an insult. Just picture Brad. Show a picture of Lion Trump on your PTR. Insult all of us. I mean, that's a bad insult. Just show a big picture. Do you guys say that? No. With no words. We'll see the insult. Take it for what it's worth.
It's kind of funny because Brad's actually been involved with the criminal justice system and I haven't. That's the funny.
Come on, let's not talk about people's private lives. What's up?
I mean, you're talking to a guy who only got a woman because, you know, he had to sit there and he had to pony up to that white woman to get that money. So, I mean, talk about being Uncle for coon. The Thugger is the resident fucking poster child for coon behavior. He sucked that white pussy dry. So hey,
Charlie, are you there, Charlie?
Carl, you can continue speaking. I want to interrupt you. Could you?
Charlie, can you wake up?
Hey, what? Are you talking?
Stop eating your
Sylvia,
donuts
whoa.
and turn your police power on.
Wow.
Yes,
So I actually did have a couple of.
Did he say donuts? Right.
Hey,
wait a minute. Hey, Brad.
yes, Charlie is a police officer who
Hey, Brad, you talking about suck your wife, you know what?
in her car.
Ain't that what that Lion Trump been getting in trouble?
Until it's time to beat a black man. That's when she wakes up.
I don't even be beating black men like that, okay? So you need to stop that. Anyway, so did you guys hear that they erected a statue of Mr. Good Trouble himself? What's his name? John Lewis. Okay, so the calls to take down the previous statue, which was placed there by the Daughters of the Confederacy back in 1908, began around the time of the white nationalist Charlottesville march, I guess it was. Well, they finally got around to taking it down. Now, this one I didn't find particularly offensive, and I don't find most of them offensive. It was just an obelisk, just a tall item.
Phallic. Say phallic.
No, I will not. Look, I do like the conversations about the monuments just because, and I'm going to read this quote here. A monument is not history itself. A monument commemorates an aspect of history representing a moment in the past when a public or private decision defined who would be honored in a
We got
community.
Andrew here who really knows how to have a conversation. Andrew, get on stage.
Okay. Well, anyway.
Wait, he left, damn it.
No, he didn't. I invited him to
Andrew,
the stage.
yeah, please, let's get a conversation. He doesn't know what to
take that though.
Okay, well, anyway. Now, some of the statues were taken down because of George Floyd, and even a George Floyd statue was erected. I am wholly, against that, of course, but what metric are we using? Is it that the person that is being honored represents something in society that we want to cover up, despite people like myself who are living reminders of a terrible past that America has taken efforts to rectify? But
this is a Confederate statue?
Technically, it was placed by the Daughters of the Confederacy in 1908, but it's just an
it's awesome.
So it has nothing to do with.
Yeah, they're traitors. Those were the traitors. We don't honor the traitors who try to betray our country. Fuck them. We're not erecting a statue in honor of this fucking traitor.
Okay, I agree with Louis, but I gotta ask, is it on public land?
It's in front of a courthouse.
Okay, then it's gotta go.
But so some of the other ones, it's easier to identify like why, as they are, although I don't agree that we should have taken down the Thomas Jefferson monument, but some of them, if they're like literally Confederate generals, those are traitors, okay? But this is just it's similar to the monument that's in DC. Like, I don't find that structure particularly offensive. So
I would say no to a monument erected for like the lady who harbored Confederate soldiers in her house. If they wanted to put up a monument to her, I'd say burn it down too.
You mean Surratt?
Anyone who aided or abetted the Confederacy, fuck them. We're not honoring you.
You mean Surratt, who it actually came out later that the tribunal was just set on prosecuting her, and there's actually questions about her being lynched, that basically are hung by a military tribunal that did not afford her any kind of proper defense or any kind of thing. And there's a lot of contention about whether or not she was actually involved or her daughter.
Yeah. Why is criminal Jefferson being treated different than criminal Robert E. Lee? Somebody help me understand the difference.
Or criminal Lewis?
Because Jefferson won.
Well, Lewis
was.
Okay,
I'm just trying to make sure.
But
Jefferson was a criminal before criminal Lee came along. I'm trying to figure out what did Lee do so wrong.
I want to point out that the concept of good trouble, I attribute it to Mr. Lewis, John Lewis, that is. But yes, he was a criminal, but he was defiant in ways that were meant to push society forward. So are all criminals, especially historically, are we to dishonor all of them? Because I think that go on, Malcolm.
No, he wasn't a criminal.
Actually, he was. Technically, he was.
Before you finish, I'm coming back to line right now. Wait a minute. Think carefully about what you're about to say. Lewis is a criminal, Brad. Let's go all the way with this.
Okay, and I'm not accused of Trump.
I didn't ask you that. Is Lewis a criminal? That's the question.
Technically, yes.
So is Lion Trump a criminal?
He's convicted, technically, yes.
So that means a criminal. Yeah, he was convicted and he was arrested. See how Brad switched it up?
No, I didn't. I said technically, yes, they're criminals.
You didn't say technically Lewis was.
There's nothing technical about it. He's a criminal convicted by the court of law.
John Lewis, Congressman,
He's a criminal.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Nothing technical about it.
Members of the Confederacy are putting up a statue of John Lewis.
Yeah, he deserves a statue. He didn't kill him.
Okay, that's weird.
He didn't sell nobody. Yeah. Matter of fact, he followed the belief the criminals who wrote down didn't believe. They wrote it, didn't follow what they believed. He said, I believe it. I think I'll do it. Yeah, he should actually have a statue.
What's that gonna do or give people to remove history or wipe out history, whether it's bad or good? History comes with good parts and bad parts. What benefit?
Why is this Russian always talking American
What benefit?
He's an American.
This is a Russian operating style.
I'm not she's American for real.
This is a Russian operating
Is she Tally? Tally, is she
We like Malcolm up here who's a
Tally.
show for China, so I mean.
Don't ask her question.
She's at minimum a U.S. citizen. That makes her
I'm a
American.
very proud US citizen. And I
Doesn't make her not a spy.
I don't just talk politics.
This idea, thank you, Nick, for that point. This is not blotting out history. It's all this shit is still written in the history books. We don't have to commemorate people to recognize their contributions in history. Statues, people in history.
You correct statues. They take Lincoln's down. Take Washington's down. They all down.
Shows your little sheep brains that it's the destruction.
Yeah, you don't have to erect a statue to erase history or not. To let something live on in history. That's fucking retarded.
No. They say the same people that take your freedoms away, make you little slaves again, are telling you that those statues are the problem.
Yeah, you're a Russian bot. You don't matter. Whatever you say doesn't matter. You're a Russian bot. So, talk about slavery like you're just gonna try to hit a trigger point. It doesn't. It goes over my head.
You should be proud not to be a part of these European American criminals. You should
Hey,
say
you're trying to hit a trigger point with the slavery bullshit, bitch. I'm on you.
No, you ain't so. I know you don't like that.
You're a Russian operative. You're not American. That's the problem.
Yes, I am.
That these people are celebrating
You're a Russian op. You're not American. Stop
federal
pretending.
land. This shit is not, like, you just don't fucking do that. You do not venerate traitors on federal land. You want to do that shit privately on your own property. In America, you have that right. But I'll be damned if a courthouse or the White House celebrates a goddamn traitor. It's not happening.
How long have you been using?
Super duper based misogyny. Super duper.
Once again, it is that the
That's always trying to justify Confederate statues using Confederate monuments. Fuck out of here. They lost. They lost. They lost. They'll make their votes spoiled.
Freedoms away, your voting rights away. They're
The
replacing
Confederates lost, and to the future goes the spoils. They don't get to have their name compared to
So I like it.
Fuck all that.
I do want to hear each of your voices, but not all at once. If you could kindly just one singular mic at a time. That's it.
Can I ask you?
We should just
It was
a civil war.
How do you?
We don't know those people anything.
Right.
Blow them up, melt them down.
Not like we're gonna forget about
Family members when they want to. We have the power. We should just take them down. Because we can do it. People don't seem to mind them being taken down, except for racists here.
Can I ask Malcolm a question? Because Malcolm seems, and I could be wrong, tell me if I'm wrong. It seems like you have this like unilateral, disdain for anyone who does like bad things in your eyes, right? And I feel is that the case? Is that the case?
Not at all. Not at all. We're all good. We're all good.
Okay. Because you seem to like always be like pearl clutching when you talk about criminal this, criminal that, criminal America, criminal that. You know, so one second, sir. If I'm just trying to be alright, bro. Just chill. Just wait your turn. Yeah, I thought it was all over there. You always cry, bro, when this happens to you. Wait, is this the iPhone? You cry.
Hold on, is this the
No, just don't interrupt. No, it's not nice. Just don't interrupt. It's not nice. You go to his child.
We can all interrupt there, right?
Why would you interrupt?
Because it's not an iPhone.
ISO doesn't mean you speak over people. Just calm down, bro. I'm not serious. Anyway, so the whole point. So, William, I'm sorry, Malcolm, if you're not pro-clutching about criminal this, criminal that, what is the point that you're trying to make if you acknowledge that we all do bad things?
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Brother Cliff wants to speak. In my Bible, Jesus said, take the speck out of your own eye. Leave your neighbors. He never told us not to criticize others. He just saw, you can see way to Russia's crime, way to Germany. I saw what Cuba did. You should be able to see what South Carolina, Virginia. So what you hear me criticizing is the sanctimoniousness of the United States citizens who's always trying to preach to the world. And they have my opinion, the most criminal history of the last 500 years. I ain't talking about world history, I'm just gonna stop at about 500. The founding of the country was based on raping one group of people and bringing them to America, and then genocide against another people. Any group of people, whether that's your founding, should never come off the mic to tell anybody on earth anything about freedom and justice and peace. They should clean up their own house, let others do the same, and be grateful for the progress we made. But the speechifying to the world, with the history this country has, that's criminal by itself.
So just like African nations that like conquered, or tribes that did all of that shit, that sold ancestors into slavery, wiping out, genociding whole fucking communities across Africa. You should just sit down and follow your own advice then. Just shut up.
On the Africans who sold us, I call them criminals.
No,
I call them criminals in Africa.
I was next, bro.
Because they were criminals.
I didn't hear you say call next. Anyway, so Malcolm, that's a horrible point.
Yeah, Malcolm said that.
Malcolm, one second, Samoa. So, Malcolm, why did you speak during breath? Why did you not speak during breath? Calm down. So Malcolm,
crazy. Malcolm clearly said he was going to be quick.
Malcolm,
what's the problem?
he said, I'm going to be quick because I know that brother wants to speak. So
There you go.
Malcolm, just calm down, bro.
Yeah,
So
now that
Malcolm,
you acknowledge that
1 second, bro. There's no next, you fucking weirdo. There's no cue. Anyway, so Malcolm,
that gives me
just
right.
calm down, bro.
Let the guy
Do what you want. So Malcolm,
thank you
the
very
whole
much.
point is,
Alright,
I'll just ignore it. I'll just pop through. Fuck it. I'm trying to be nice to this weirdo. Anyway, so the whole point is that's a horrible argument because we all understand that there's that you can't disassociate from the atrocities of the past, but you can endeavor not to recommit them, right? So asking Americans within this generation to not speak because of what happened in a prior generation is a ridiculous position. Do you understand that or no?
No, I'm asking you to not lie about it. Tell the 5-year-old, the 6-year-old, hey, George Washington had some great ideas for these things, and then tell them that he was selling human beings. Tell them the truth. Don't just tell them about the part that you want to sway them
That's
over
a
here.
separate issue.
I love it. No.
Whether or not the entire story is told is not the same thing as you saying don't talk because you have this abhorrent past.
No, I'm saying tell the truth about your past, and you can then talk about it.
You're moving the goalpost. You're moving the
No,
goalpost.
start with you, and then you can say what you want to say about other people.
You're moving the goalpost.
No, my goalpost.
Originally, your position was if you have a negative past, then you shouldn't be talking about anybody else. Now it seems like you're saying, unless you, confess all your sins at all times, then you can't talk about
No, you twist what I said.
The goalposts.
I didn't twist what I said. What I said was for people with the history we have to go around speechifying and moralizing to other people while praising our history and denying the criminality. When you learn, I don't learn in school. You didn't learn the crime of George Washington. I ain't never met you a day in my life.
Talking about denying the criminal past.
That's
like one of the most prominent
Sticky man.
Critter. Took slaughter. Smallpox. Reparations. That's like a normal part of our understanding. If you're saying that we don't have an exhaustive list of all the crimes, you're right. But that wasn't your original point. Malcolm, look, I hate when freedom fighters such as yourself and well-educated, articulate freedom fighters who have well-meaning, devolve into this, goalpost shifting bull crap. Can you not do that, bro? Because you make yourself look like a common troll like Samoa, right? Samoa is like a fake intellectual, and you start to look like him when you engage in this type of tap dancing and backflipping.
Oh, no, I don't tap dance. Here's my whole theory. I'm going to tell the truth about European Americans so y'all all will be great. Until the day I die, these criminals, I don't mean every single European American, because there's been some great European Americans. You know what, my great? They hate them. They hate John Brown. They hate John Rankin. They hate Lucille Bott. They hate Eugene Debs. Any European American pretending to be white who really fought for the ideas that Jefferson was lying about, They get no honor,
kills white people.
no respect.
That's totally fair, but Malcolm, can I ask you a question
elevation.
before I go? Real quick question, Malcolm. Did you reference what's in your Bible about a story about Jesus saying to take the speck out of your own eye before you remove the speck out of your brother or your neighbor's? Is that what you said?
Hallelujah.
That means address your history accurately before you wag your finger at other people's? Right?
Oh yeah, I mean that.
Oh, what? That was your actual point the whole time? What? Fucking idiots, bro.
Well, consider you call me an idiot. I think that.
No, not you. The people who mischaracterized your whole point from the beginning. The reason why they feel like you're moving the goalposts is because they don't understand what your actual argument was in the first place.
No, they understand. The history of the country. They didn't even do it. The saddest part about it is these cats didn't do it. I ain't talking about them. I don't think Monica's a criminal. I don't even know that woman. Monica may be the best person in her community. I ain't gonna call Brad no criminal. I don't even know Brad. I'm talking about the history of the community.
I don't think the problem
If they are
is
criminals, I
about
don't
being
know.
accurate with the history, though. That's never been the
I'm still waiting for Malcolm.
What the problem is that when you say you have to be accurate about your history, it kind of diminishes the impact that the Civil War had on the people afflicted by it.
I don't know what is the like I've never understood what the argument is for keeping Confederate monuments to someone who is not a white Southerner. Why do I want to keep them shits? I don't respect those people.
Don't
I
you
don't
love
want
all
to
things white? Didn't you need white money? Didn't you need white people to lift you up out of your fucking cardboard box that you were living in? Didn't you need white people to help give you a job? Didn't you need that white coon juice to sit there and slather all over your face so that you could like fucking make a success of yourself while you're sitting there actually out?
This is what jealousy looks
He
like.
clearly like white
Establish America.
This is what
That's the
jealousy
only
looks like, y'all.
country I see people that should be feeling privileged because this country gave us all freedom.
Go Lincoln.
Coming and talking shit and
Go
shit on the
Lincoln.
same country. It's like, it's amazing. No other country in the world you will see this. That people
But
shit
we're
on the
not
same
talking
table
shit
they
about
eat.
the country. We're talking
Shit
shit
on the
about
same
the traitors
parents
to the
that give them
country,
a
which is the
home.
Confederates.
It's hilarious.
Go Lincoln. That's all I can say.
Did you notice that we're actually talking shit about the traitors to the country, not about the country itself. We're talking about
Traitors
people
that gave you
who took
freedom,
up arms
that
against the
finished,
United
that
States.
removed
And
the
they gave you freedom.
purpose of earth,
Country.
that made slavery illegal on the entire
Ma'am, I understand
That
you're
country?
new here.
Oh,
What we're
They didn't make
discussing is a
slavery- they
historical
didn't make slavery
event
illegal in here.
that people who have been born in this land have like gone through. This is like an actual thing for us.
Yes, she doesn't understand because she just got off the plane. Remember when we pulled out of Afghanistan?
I thought
That's
we
when Angela,
established that
she was
you
on the
love
wings of
illegal
those
immigrants,
people
so I'm not
to the
being
United States.
legal. Come on.
Wow, she's got some strong arms. Is that true?
You're legal, but unless you have studied
Full
the
of shit.
history or
Why
at
would you
least
believe
went
a
through
word
the
that comes out of this
education, I
man's
mean,
mouth?
it sounds like you're
He's
speaking
financed
from lack
by his
of
white
understanding.
father-in-law, and he's sitting home cleaning
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with
cleaning
that?
his diapers all day. And he's
What's wrong with being financed by a white man? I think we all are being financed by some white man. You have a mortgage.
Cover of National
you have a
Geographic
home.
one day.
That's
She was in the United States the next day, right? She was one of the people helping us in the war on terror, and that's how she got allowed to come to the United States. She's a newbie, right? She just got here and she's talking like she's been here for generations. She's been here for generations.
See, technically, I'd be more appreciative of you, man, because you make a distinction between founding fathers and Lee. They're all criminals to me. If you were selling human beings, I'm not gonna get mad at Lee. I ain't mad at Washington. Who came first? Washington is the foundation of criminal. Lee followed his footsteps. And all Lee said is, I want my whole country to be a criminal. That's all he said.
Wait, didn't Moses allow the selling of human beings?
I don't know what Moses did. I'm talking about George Washington.
Hello.
Moses is
No,
before my time. I don't know what he
no. See, you're doing the Samoa two-step right now.
I don't
So
know
on
what he
one
did.
hand, no. On one hand, you want to appeal appeal to the Bible for as the foundation of your beliefs or your moral positions. And then when I go back to the Bible, you want to play dumb.
Oh no, not
Malcolm, what are you doing, sir? You can't do that. That's not right. It makes you look bad. It makes you look like somebody.
Not at all. Not at all.
Look. I know Samoa has no shame, but I figured you, being the man that you are, might have a little shame. And no, appealing to your sense of pride and honesty and like consistency.
No.
That's not gonna work.
No, because here's
then I'm lost. I don't know what else to do.
Well, you've been hanging around these Republicans too long. Come on back over here. You won't be long.
Bro, look.
Come on back over.
Wherever you were at, I don't want to be there. I'm sorry. I'm not a Republican. Thank you for asking.
I said you were. I said you've been hanging around too long. I didn't say that about you.
I think the best thing that happened was when they took, I think it was in North Carolina when they took down the Robert E. Lee statue and they melted it down. They released the pictures of them melting it down. The racists got so mad about that shit. That shit was hilarious.
Malcolm, you hurt my heart, man. Like, every time I see a black man trying to, like, uplift the community and I press them on some inconsistency that I've noticed, they just crumble, bro. One after the other.
And you know that this whole these statues represent culture and history is bullshit. When the United States went into Iraq, the U.S. Army watched as Iraqis tore down Saddam Hussein's statues. And no Americans were upset about that. That was a good idea, right? Because
you're so dumb. What does this have to do with America?
Right, they weren't just statues to history.
Why should I give a shit? Why are you giving a shit about Iraq all of a sudden?
Oh, I don't care about Iraq. I'm just saying that the conservatives.
Well, no, but clearly you do because you need a point to distract people. You just need a whataboutism or another point to make a point, but not every point you make actually.
Angela, when you were in Afghanistan, did you work in the opium fields?
Not every point you're making is
Angela,
part of people hearing it.
in Afghanistan, did you happen to work in the
Can I ask Angela a question?
Unfortunately.
Angela, can I ask you a question? Angela, why do we erect statues for people? What is the purpose of erecting a statue?
Matt, here's the thing. We're not erecting any new statues. What you guys are falling for is the communism tactic. You are eliminating and erasing your own history. And that's the job. It doesn't make the atrocities go away. It makes people forget about what happened in the past. It's stupid.
Let me just ask you, I'm asking you a general question.
Doesn't erase history.
I'm asking you a general question.
Russians take down statues of Lenin.
Listen, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Statues of Lenin in place.
Hold on a second.
If you want to live in Russia, go live in Russia. Like that.
Give me a second. Angel, I'm just asking a general question. Why do we put statues up? Why would any country put a statue of a person? Why would they do that? I only want Angel, please. I need an Angel.
Well, he said it 10 times.
Nobody said.
What is the purpose of an erection?
Nobody
What
said.
an idiot I am.
Statues of traitors or of racist people or people that kill people or Confederate. The existing history and destroying it does not do anything to you. It doesn't make slavery go away from the history. It just makes people forget about its existence.
Right. I get that.
It's stupid.
I'm stupid,
Well,
right?
can you
Hold on, please. Someone, hold on, please.
Are you guys
Listen,
just keep
I'm dumb and stupid.
He's
I don't
doing
know.
something.
I'm walking around New York City. And I see a bunch of statues. I'm wondering why did they put the statue on the pedestal? That's all I'm asking. Why are the statues on pedestal?
Wait, what, on pedestal?
Yeah, you put statues on pedestal. Why are they there? What's the purpose of erecting a statue? What was the purpose?
Again, it happened in the past. I'm not justifying
Are you not understanding my question?
Statue.
Are you not understanding my question?
I'm understanding your question. Everybody knows that it's a sign of celebration.
I just need a simple answer. Why do we put statue on pedestal? Why do we erect statue? Why do we create monument? What is the purpose of this monument?
Commemorate and honor that figure.
Okay, great. So why are we commemorating and honoring people that betray their own country?
Once again,
We should tear those statues down and melt them into a ball.
Yeah, we know what your opinion is, bro, but her. Come on, man. Angel's been saying this.
No, Shimon, she's saying something retarded, which is that statues are just historical monuments, not a fucking
She's saying that these monuments are only honor people. Well, hold on. These monuments.
Why can't she speak for herself and
She's been saying it
Not
for 20 minutes.
historical monument. That's not what
For 20 minutes, she's been
monuments
saying the
are.
same thing. She basically said that this doesn't do you any good, that a certain political party utilizes this as being something that they check off for doing something for you while they're distracting you from the real matters that you actually experience in real life.
Right,
That's
and
the
I
point, bro.
understand that most of you guys do not
If I be suggested
you guys do not know, and that's why this conversation is not
Clearly,
going
you need some more education there. And I highly recommend we do a room about. Wait, I highly recommend we do a room about 45 goals of communism to teach these people what all of this means. Maybe then they'll understand.
In the United States,
Wait, are you familiar with 45 rules of communism, man?
in the United States, Historical Society and the Smithsonian are who decides to erect statue, and then they have a purpose to honor and commemorate either an event or a person. However, you do not commemorate and honor people that.
I wonder why Kaka is not attacking Matt for his accent.
Because I'm right. You know why? Because I'm right.
Matt is actually false. Pounds can
Not only I'm right, I wholly read history, Alicia, and I also.
You're actually wrong.
You know everything.
You know what UNESCO is?
Absolutely.
You know what UNESCO is?
Do it across.
Just like you everything about China. You know
Angel, you know what UNESCO is?
We can hear you all at the same time.
I mean, do you know what UNESCO is?
Matt,
That's the
Matt,
problem.
you're
You guys don't
wrong.
understand between the statue and the historical monument.
Matt.
How about this? Just a moment. Okay, so Matt, you get one more question with Angela. Angela will respond. And then Brad, I think, wants to engage with.
Right now, I don't need to ask Angela any questions. She obviously doesn't understand what's the point of erecting statue and what is the purpose of it. These people do not understand history, how is it taught, how is it researched. They're just vibing on feeling and vibes. We don't have a statue for. Hold on a second, sir. Hold on a second. Right? In the United States, can I finish? In the United States, we don't have statue for Benedict Arnold. You know why? Because Benedict Arnold was a traitor.
We actually do.
Where's the statue for Benedict Arnold?
It's in the Northeast. There's actually
Where?
a monument to him.
Where?
By I think Bunker Hill. He's mentioned. He's wrote onto the wall. He's on battlefield.
That's not a statue. He's mentioned. It's not a statue.
Again, you
It's
don't know
honor,
how
right?
statues
You
are.
know
So you
this.
should shut up and listen. Towns across America can erect statues for anything. A mayor can. The townspeople can erect a statue. The Smithsonian has no fucking say into who decides a fucking statue gets erected. So first, get that shit out of your head. That's incorrect. Secondly, we honor all sorts of people. We have statues and monuments for all sorts of shit all around the world, and including in this country. I don't agree with Confederate statues. I fucking hate it. I'm a Yankee, and I fucking can't stand the South. I think the South is like fucking, in terms of that, is ridiculous. But if you're going to sit there and allow, I don't know, certain other statues to go through, freedom of expression, freedom of rights, to go ahead and do that, fine, I guess. I just think it's retarded to celebrate Confederate soldiers or generals who were really up there. But then we ignore people like Thaddeus Stevens, who was instrumental in actually working in the Underground Railroad, who was the fucking most important person in actually freeing the slaves, but he gets no credit, and he has no giant statue in the middle of D.C. celebrating his achievements, and the fact that he spent 35 years working his ass off to actually get black people free. But, you know, we pick and choose in this country who we're going to celebrate, and it's based on the communities at large.
I don't think you and I disagree, Brad, right? Outside of there's a monument for Benedict Arnold. He might have been mentioned on a plaque because he used to fight for the revolutionary before he betrayed them.
There is a monument for Benedict Arnold. How many?
I'm gonna look it up, Brad. Right, I'm gonna look it up, and if you're right, then you are right. However, I want to make that correction, right? So Historical Society on his who decides
Thank
to
you.
erect
No, it's
statues.
not the
After-
Historical Society
hold
that
on a
decides
second, Brad.
statute.
Brad, if you,
And the
Brad, if you
Benedict
let me
Arnold,
finish,
Benedict
Brad, if you just let me finish.
Benedict Arnold documented in Saratoga, New York. Ruth.
Okay,
Because
so you
again,
just let me
all
finish.
you just keep abusing.
Now,
That's wrong.
a private,
We are tweaking right now.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna let Matt land, and then Brad, and then Levin wanted.
Yo, what's up, yo? So again, the Benedict Arnold, thank you, Ruth, is in Saratoga, New York, and there's a monument for him. Google this shit. Secondly, there is the Historical Society does erect statues, but they are not the only ones that do it in this country. They don't have a unilateral control over it. Again, you're wrong.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's what you said.
No, I said.
Stop fucking going through that only the Historical Society erects statues. No, it doesn't. You've been wrong on multiple points. I agree that the Confederate shit is fucking wonky at best.
And we communicate together and we say, yeah, now it looks like Ashmont, you have million of nation ready for one revolution. Are you ready there? Now we start together. You outside and I'm inside. We walk together. You will start the fire in the country against the regime. And boys start.
And alcohol, eating, traveling, doing everything you could wish for. And there he is, killing himself because he wasn't fed.
It is. Anybody that supports that, I'm really questioning your balls.
You can have
So the Historical Society actually codified, and we actually, guess what? Send federal funding, federal tax dollars, to support the Benedict Arnold monument. So again, you're incorrect. And if you want to talk about preservation of stolen land and monuments that we call monuments today, like Yellowstone, the Badlands, various other federal lands that we have national parks, you know, that those things that people fucking mostly in this room don't ever visit, those were actually stolen. We removed the indigenous people and we claimed them as a national park. And we poured billions of dollars into those quote monuments. So your argument again is just weird. You can argue that the Confederate statues are stupid, and I agree with I think it was Louis who said, yeah, we shouldn't really erect these people who actually fought against this country and wanted to separate. Well, we recognize some of the grievance of the minority or of the low income people of the South, and understanding the true dynamics of the Civil War is important, and understanding why that war needed to be fought and why blood needed to be spilled for people that were enslaved, absolutely. But the idea that you are talking on some other shit is just weird. Like, understand how all this works. And it's not just a federal oversight that these erections.
So thanks, Matt. Brad and Matt, I hope, I know you're very confident about knowing everything, but there are sometimes you need to look into things. I do still recommend the room mods to sometime maybe make a room about 45 goals of communism, because I think it's very interesting for this group of people on stage to get a little bit of education as to what's happening to the country and why they're being brainwashed and how they're so unaware of their being brainwashed and think that they know it all, and the daddy government is doing them a favor, and meanwhile giving their freedoms away, making themselves and us slaves again. Sad.
Yeah,
It's all a conspiracy, man. You're out there, man. You're coming to get us.
And we know what the freedoms were like for those individuals in their time. And I am more free now than my family members who lived in the United States prior to my existence. Angela, you have nobody who was here at that point, so you would not know this. I am not losing any freedoms. Not at all. Life is way better today. I would not want to live when my mother was a child. It's much, much worse. You probably wouldn't either.
If you only knew how many freedoms you freely given away.
But As far as the United States is concerned,
If you only knew, you little shit.
Angela, why can't you calm down?
you guys lost the debate on
If you
Confederate
only
politics.
knew,
Everybody
you would
understands
feel-
they weren't
you
even
would
put up
feel
right
like-
after.
She tried to say that, if we remove these monuments, we remove our history. You're saying if we
No, you
take
guys
those
are not.
monuments down, there's no historical records of those figures?
Your intellectual
Yeah, you're retarded.
capacity can't
You're
go
a
that
retarded
far.
Iranian, even though you sound like a
No,
Russian
no,
bot.
now
Also,
I'm
you're a Russian
Iranian.
bot.
Okay. So
You're not
your
American.
capacity
One
only
night.
goes that far.
You're not American. Stop.
Your intellectual capacity only goes that far. I'm trying to help you not throw us all in the fire again. In the
Hey, Angel.
future. But you guys are so stupid you don't even realize it. So
Hey,
I'll
Angel,
help you.
you said that there's this playbook, right, Angel? You said there's a playbook for communism. You said it's the 25 or is it 45 steps
No,
of
it's
communism?
based on the 45 goals of communism is
Or
based
45 goals?
Yes, it's based
All right.
on, and I can share the summary in the link. It's just 45.
Yeah, if you can share that. So what he's saying is that this is one step out of 45.
Yeah, it's part of it. If you understood that,
And
you
then
would
if
know
you guys
why
see it all, you guys just see the bigger picture, is what she's saying.
Yeah,
And that's a good argument.
Can we go to Matt right quick to make a correction?
Let's go. Communism is about to take over and all that.
Can we go to Matt, please?
You don't understand
Can
Kamala's,
I make my correction?
Lord,
So
you
save
don't
me,
understand that
praise.
Kamala's price
Oh my God.
One second. Let Matt make a correction right quick,
Yeah,
guys.
so I put a link of that monument. It's actually very interesting. The monument actually does not honor him and it does have his name on it. However, it marked the place where he was shot at, which actually helped him turn against the his own people. So I'm not sure that monument honor him, right? I don't think that's what that monument does, but it commemorates where he was shot at, which is different than honoring the person.
So I
put a link in the chat.
I know what the link is. So a memorial that honors where Benedict Arnold was shot at and turned the tide of the war and he pushed through. And you're saying that, hey, this isn't really, you're now going to try to sidestep it. When, in fact, we do honor him. We have a statue, we have a memorial. Yes, again, we do. We actually spend taxpayer money on this shit. So again,
I
what
find
the hell is
even
wrong?
that questionable.
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
No, I will correct that.
Benedict Arnold, he betrayed us during the Revolutionary War.
No, hold on a second. Right after
Correct,
the
Louis.
point.
Yeah,
That's a difference between Hold on a second. There's a difference between commemorating a place or an event and honoring someone. When you put the statue of George Washington or whatever, that's honoring the person for what they have accomplished. However, commemorating a monument where something happened, that's the historical part, right? Where the Battle of Gettysburg happened, that's a historical place and that should be marked so that we know something happened there.
That's
When
not
you put the statue of the person, you are honoring that person and saying that that person did something good for this country, right? And that's the difference between honoring and monument.
You are, I'm literally done with this because again, you are fucking missing the whole point. Benedict Arnold's name is on there, and as Lou said,
It's not.
I'd be okay
It's
with
not on it. It's not on it,
Jesus
Brad.
Christ,
It's
I'm
not on
going
it.
to fucking-
Brad, I will get my day off
Matt,
tomorrow.
shut the fuck up because you're fucking.
I will
You're an
go
ass,
up there
doesn't
tomorrow
belong.
and take a
Yo,
picture and
yo,
destroy it because his name is not on it.
I'm-
When you read the article, it clearly says that his name is not on it.
It honors him. Everybody fucking knows the historical guides, the docents that give the educational tours. Everybody, it's an honor of him. And his turning of the tide, he's still honored in the history books as one of the world's greatest field commanders in terms of battle strength, rallying troops, and actually repelling the British. That's how our history books actually correlate Benedict Arnold's service to his country. Now, the fact that he was a traitor and he treason and all that stuff gets about a 2-sentence paragraph. And Louis right, we should rip that fucking shit out. I'm for it. Like, go ahead. Anybody who betrayed this fucking country, go ahead and do it. Rip it out. I fucking don't care. Because at the end of the day, it's not really worth it. And if you want to remember Bunker Hill, we can do it without basically sitting there going, hey, this is a great thing. This is where Benedict Arnold fought the Redcoats. This is where he beat them back after getting shot. This is what that memorial stands for. So again, when we spend tax dollars to sit there and go through, and you're trying to stretch narratives. It makes no sense to me. And we don't preserve shit that we should have. We pass on people that actually were fucking great. Rosa Parks' house. You know, remember that? You know who fucking bought that? It was some fucking asshat in Germany who brought it over there. You want to go see her house? Go see it over there. You know, like we could.
Hey, how y'all niggas doing, man?
Yeah,
What's
just
up,
check out my PTO from the U.S. government website where it says the money maker is not.
All right, that is the biggest flex from a white person ever.
Yeah, dude.
There's no flex about it. It's like Thaddeus Stevens, one of my heroes. They found him actually partaking in the Underground Railroad. He was married to a black woman while running the house in the Civil War. Imagine this. He got black people free, fought in the House to pass, made agendas, worked on the Underground Railroad, which they found underneath his property. He found holes where he hid escaping slaves. He tried to formulate a plan. You know that 40 acres and a mule that everybody bitches about? That one, that man tried to get it passed through the House, tried to get Congress to codify it. He tried to get the 5 million acres in northern Mississippi codified and protected under law. Why did they actually stay?
What man?
Thaddeus Stevens.
Thaddeus Stevens? Man, that's amazing, man. That's a good point you're making. How y'all doing though today, man? How you doing, right?
Well, I got another. I got a different perspective I want to add. I think statues are symbols of activism, right? I think the main drive behind statue is to keep these actions of those people and what they did, keep their ideas in activistic formation. I think it's designed to tell people this is what you need to be believing, this is what you should be still doing, this is what these ideals have to be kept alive. And I think that's the main purpose behind them. That's why they put Martin Luther King statues in places in black community, because they want us to be like him, act like him, and understand the calling that he put forth, right? So that's what they really are for. I mean, while there's a back history, we know that. While there's the honoring part, but I think the driving main part of it is to continue to solicit to the current population. This is who the fuck you gotta be like. This is what we're trying to do. This is what we think. This is what you should think, and this is how we keep this alive. That's the main purpose behind these statues in the places that they are, and they're put on these monuments to give prominence and superiority, right, to these figures, and superiority to the ideas that they espouse. And I think that's what I go away with.
Just to add to Leroy, I think Leroy makes a very good point. All statues, wherever they are in the world, are propaganda. Every single one, whether you think they're good or they're not, every single statue is propaganda. It is also a function of power. That is to say that after a conflict or after a political turn of events, the victors can erect a statue, whether it's after a war or after a great event, to say we would like to place in the memories of the populace this individual. And for those of you who study history, for example, one of the first things you learn in history is that the function of remembering itself is an activist process, which is to say that we pick and choose what events to record. We pick and choose what events are memorable. And so statues themselves are a function of power. And so I don't think that there's anything objectively good or bad about statues themselves. The question then is, whose power decides today what statues should remain or leave. And I think then that makes it a democratic issue. And that's to say, if you think you have enough power, you can remove a statue and you can say, we no longer want this in our memory, right? In our collective memory. And once you understand that at the end of every war, the majority of the people who were instrumental in that war will never be remembered. The people who even won the war will never be remembered. The history belongs to the person who writes it. And often in the process of writing history, we see in things like statues, in history books, in memorials, in medals given to people who won, and so on and so forth. Just like we know that in Germany, for example, had won the war, but the entire history of the world would have been different. Not merely because of Germany winning, but because of those in whose hands the writing of history has been entrusted. And so if we think of it like that, then I think we can make moral arguments, but like strategic ones. We can say, I do not think, for example, that for our history today we need X and Y monuments. Not that every single statue is propaganda, every single one of them. The question then is, what are our values now, and what do we want to remember? I think that's the question.
I think they should put a statue up of Flavor Flav. Then what do y'all think?
I don't know about anybody else. I don't know about anybody else, but the universal declaration that all statues are propaganda is kind of hard to accept. I guess I'd have to think about it, but because the history exists, right? That happened before the statue was erected. The events that occurred that creates the history, that creates the impetus to create the statue exists, right? And so the statue is like an after effect, and I guess you could say that if there is a narrative that's being built, the statue could be used to reinforce that narrative. But I guess if you look at it from that lens, then yeah, I guess you could say that it is a form of propaganda. But if the history isn't under dispute, then it is just a commemoration of what happened, in which case it wouldn't be propaganda. It'll be just a symbol of events that occurred.
What if that symbol of facts? What if that's, hold on 1 second, I'm gonna make a comment along the lines of what I just said. What if that symbolism, affects a certain diaspora of people?
No, that is already acknowledged. Like when he said that the world would have been different if Germany won because of how the people who were entrusted to write about it. I take it that writing does have an effect on how we think, and how we think has an effect on what we do. So yeah, I got
Dumb as they come.